win their fight against it.
You're not going to take cars out of the streets. You're not going to change it. You're still going to have that congestion down there. And look, it is so expensive to just get a cup of coffee in Manhattan now. This is just going to be an extra burden.
And I'm Will Kane, and I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Dr. Anthony Fauci testified before the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus. The criticism was heavy from Republicans like committee chair and physician Dr. Brad Wenstrup of Ohio.
Dr. Fauci, you oversaw one of the most invasive regimes of domestic policy the U.S. has ever seen, including mask mandates, school closures, coerced vaccination, social distancing of 6 feet, and more.
But Democrats like the subcommittee ranking member, Dr. Raul Ruiz of California, were on defense for Fauci.
House Republicans have abdicated their responsibility to objectively examine how COVID-19 came to be and instead weaponized concern about a lab-related origin to fuel sentiment against our nation's scientists and public health officials for partisan gain.
Dr. Fauci insisted to the committee the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, of which he was head, did not fund risky gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab in China, that American grant money that went to EcoHealth Alliance to study viruses in Wuhan did not go to create SARS-CoV-2, and that he never tried to shut down a theory about a possible lab leak as the origin. He went through several points to discredit the allegations, including emails between Fauci and two scientists who initially thought SARS-CoV-2 could not have occurred naturally.
The accusation being circulated that I influenced these scientists to change their minds by bribing them with millions of dollars in grant money is absolutely false and simply preposterous.
Texas Republican Congressman Michael Cloud asked Fauci if he was okay with the closure of schools, businesses, churches. Fauci said those closures were important at the time to stop what he called a tsunami of death. Congressman Cloud responded,
time after time again, people's lives are destroyed, and we have not seen the same sort of, once the new data came available, we did not see a change of course.
Fauci was also questioned again about the requirement that we all publicly distance from each other by 6 feet.
It actually came from the CDC. The CDC was responsible for those kinds of guidelines for schools, not me.
Fauci went on to explain that he believes 6 feet was based on prior studies done, showing that when you're dealing with diseases carried in droplets, 6 feet of distance is helpful.
Well, I think he was more pointing fingers at CDC. CDC did have perspectives that when you dealt with droplet transmission, historically, they arbitrarily used the idea of about 6 feet.
Dr. Robert Redfield was the director of the CDC when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
There was a deputy head of CDC that I think felt fairly strongly they stay with the 6 feet. I was never an advocate of 6 feet. I always felt that there was no data to say that 6 feet was better than 3 feet. Fauci was a big advocate, spokesman, for these policies, although these guidances did in fact come out of CDC, and Schuckett in particular, who was the deputy director at the time. I became a big advocate of 3 feet and was able to convince the Baltimore Archdiocese school system to feel comfortable with going with 3 feet, which meant that they could go into in-face learning and not keep the kids in virtual learning. I wish more people had taken that position, but unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah, he said he questioned it, but that you don't question a sister agency publicly. Yeah. And he also denied leaving you out of a key meeting that was organized by a professor. What did you make of sort of the other instances in which you're? Yeah,
that he's incorrect. I've never said that he cut me out of the meeting. I've always said that I was not included in the phone call. Okay. Which other people were included, like Francis Collins, who Tony invited into the meeting. Jeremy Farrar didn't originally put him on the meeting, but Tony invited Collins into the meeting. I've always said that I wasn't invited into the meeting. Okay. I didn't say that he particularly didn't include me. I just said I was not included in the meeting, which I found was odd, since I had been advocating with Jeremy Farrar and Tony Fauci that we needed to have a scientific inquiry into the two hypotheses, and people knew that I had my own view as a virologist, that there was a reasonable possibility that the etiology of this pandemic was a laboratory leak. And they had the point of view that it was from natural spillover.
Dr. Fauci said on accusations that he covered up the lab leak theory that he couldn't have. He read out loud an email that he sent to a professor, Jeremy Farrar, where he told him if he had concerns that COVID's genetic sequence was manipulated and couldn't have come from nature, that he should confer with other virologists and go to the authorities.
It is inconceivable that anyone who reads this email could conclude that I was trying to cover up the possibility of a lab leak.
I think Tony did play a significant role in helping solidify the narrative that the etiology was spillover. I mean, we talked about this, that I felt that Tony and Collins should start a scientific inquiry from NIH back in January of 2020 that investigated both hypotheses, spillover and lab leak, with aggressive scientific rigor, and to do it in a transparent, open, rigorous fashion where we got the broader community, scientific community involved. Instead, what happened was there was a phone call in February 1st, and then subsequent phone calls in the next subsequent several days, where apparently they had these discussions about the source. It was not transparent. It was not open. It was, private phone calls, which then led to the decision to write the proximal origin paper. It also led to a decision to write what I call a wedding announcement in Lancet that suggested anybody who thought this was anything but spillover was a conspirator. I do think there was an orchestrated effort to really only seriously entertain one hypothesis from the beginning. COVID-19 was immediately one of the most infectious viruses for humans. And that's why people like me believe it had to be educated how to infect humans. And when you find in 2015 that lab published a paper, which they thanked NIH actually for the research funding, they published a paper showing they had taught COVID-19 how to bind to the human H2 receptor and efficiently infect humanized mice. So that's why, again, people like me believe there's a lot of evidence that this was intentional research to develop a human the COVID, so COVID could infect human tissue.
Just a couple more for you. You know, he insisted that that NIH did not fund gain of function, right? We've heard him say that multiple times. And with the help of Democratic Congressman Reese, they explained there's this umbrella term called gain of function, but that specific gain of function research subject to regulation, which is called P3CO, that kind was not being funded through this third-party group called EcoHealth Alliance, which was getting American grant money to do research in Wuhan, right? So that's kind of like the summation of this, right? There's a more specific definition of gain of function, and that's very important, they insist, to this conversation. How important is it to this conversation?
I think it's important to Fauci in particular, because he testified under oath to Rand Paul that he had never funded gainer research, and he did it aggressively. Right. I mean, if you remember that, he even pointed his finger at the senator and told him he didn't know what he was talking about. The definition that Tony's relying on is a definition that later came out by the National Academy of Science and some other groups. But what they came up with a definition of gain of function research. To be gain of function research, you have to start with a pathogen that's already pathogenic for humans, and you work to make it more pathogenic or more transmissible for humans. So if you start with a pathogen that's non-pathogenic for humans, and you teach it to be pathogenic for humans, Tony says that's not gain-of-function research by definition. Now, I'm a virologist. I call that gain-of-function research. If I take a non-pathogenic pathogen for humans and teach it to be highly pathogenic for humans, that's gain-of-function, okay?
Because so you're making it more harmful specifically to me.
For human.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's very artificial. It's very made up. But again, Fauci didn't make it up. The National Academy of Science and other groups made it up. And they made it up, as he pointed out in the hearing, as a definition that would be used to require that type of research to be regulated. Now, you have to understand that scientists in general, and I'm a scientist, a clinical scientist, clinical virologist, they don't like their research being regulated, all right? So what you have is the research that takes a non-pathogen for humans and makes it pathogenic for humans, they're going to argue is not gain of function. I'm going to argue it's gain of function. It's probably the most serious gain of function, because you're taking non-pathogenic pathogen for humans and you're teaching it how to become a human pathogen. I think that's a real problem. I mean, even the acting head of NIH, when he testified about a month ago, said that if you take the average definition of gain of function, NIH was doing gain of function research.
Yeah, but then Tabak said, didn't he say, but it wasn't the kind that would harm anybody, or it wasn't the harmful kind, right?
He did. Yeah, this is something you can't say, because if you're taking non-pathogenics for humans and making them pathogenic for humans, how can you say whether it's harmful or not harmful?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And I would, one question would have been useful, that if COVID-19, which I happen to believe it originated from the lab and lab research in China, but if COVID-19, which was not a non-pathogenic for humans, and it was manipulated in the laboratory and became pathogenic for humans, wouldn't that be gain of function research? Now, Tony would argue no.
Well, then my final question for you on that note is, Dr. Fauci saying that the viruses that we, the U.S., were studying in Wuhan, right? This was the word. These viruses were so phylogenetically so far removed from COVID that it is molecularly impossible for those viruses to have evolved. It's just a virological fact. This was his response during questioning from Arizona Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, who was like, how could you know if China didn't give us any information about the viruses that were all being studied, and if EcoHealth Alliance wasn't filing reports on time? Like, how could we know? And this was part of the exchange.
We know what viruses they were studying.
How? How do you know? You never went there.
I'm telling you that the NIH funded research on these viruses. If someone else somewhere in China was doing something else,
well, and that's the problem, because NIH didn't go there. You didn't get the reports that were needed. How in the world would you know?
Does she have a point, Dr. Redfield?
Yeah, I mean, the point that Tony is saying, which is correct, is that the research that they said they funded in the grant, that they described the viruses that they were working with in the grant, those viruses could not be the progenitors of the COVID pandemic. The point is, and even, Daszak commented on his, hearing a couple weeks ago, there's literally tens of thousands of other viruses in that laboratory. It's interesting that laboratory in September of 2019, months before the world was aware of COVID, that laboratory pulled down all the sequence information of all the viruses that they had already sequenced. So you and I don't have access to the thousands of virus sequences that they had available to them in that laboratory. You could ask, why did they do that? It is what gets somebody a little concerned about the other grant, the diffuse grant that, they had put in a year before, which actually describes a virus that's very much like COVID-19 with the furin cleavage site. Now, they argue that no one ever funded that, but it is intriguing that these scientists proposed in 2018 to create a virus that is very similar to the COVID-19 virus that was described in 2019.
Dr. Robert Redfield, thank you so much for your time.
Yep. All right. God bless you. Take care.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Baseball is back, and so is MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market regular season game on your favorite streaming devices, anywhere, anytime, all season long. Follow the action live or on demand. Track 4 games at once with multi-view mode and catch up with in-game highlights. Plus, original programs, minor league broadcasts, and local pre- and post-game shows. Go to MLB.tv to start your free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a
look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, June 4th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Opening statements expected today in Hunter Biden's gun trial in Delaware. More from Fox's David Spunt.
Jury selection began with 250 potential jurors. It was whittled down to 12 jurors plus 4 alternates. We know 6 are men, 6 are women. Hunter Biden and his wife Melissa walked out of the courthouse after spending most of the day watching those jurors be picked inside that courtroom. Now, Hunter's charged with 3 felony counts of lying on a federal gun form in 2018 when claiming he was not a drug user. Jurors asked about drug use and gun rights. Hunter's attorney, Abby Lowell, expected to argue that Hunter did not check no to being a drug user on that form.
President Biden expected to sign an executive order today limiting asylum seekers from coming into the southern border.
The mayors of Brownsville, Texas and Edinburgh, Texas are expected to join President Biden tomorrow when he announces an executive order severely restricting asylum seekers at the border. The executive action would shut off asylum requests and close the border to migrants once a certain threshold of crossings are averaged on a weekly basis. It is similar to a provision that was included in a bipartisan Senate agreement that failed to advance earlier this year. Crossings at the southern border have fallen significantly since last year, but border security has remained a top concern for voters. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And voters in Montana, South Dakota, New Mexico, and New Jersey vote today in their state's presidential primaries. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Terry, go right ahead. Get your pound of flesh.
Somebody earlier said, if we're voting for Biden, we're stupid. That all comes from Donald Trump, because that's all he does is call people names like a little kid. The donors for him are billionaires.
Because I guess Biden has no billionaire donors. Biden, who's a career politician.
Can I ask this caller a question respectfully?
He's gone.
Terry
He's
left.
gone, Sean. I've butted heads with Terry in the past, but it's a Friday. It's beautiful, and I don't want to have a stroke here.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Down the corner, around the block, and maybe even in your parking lot, PNC continues to bring banking services closer to your door. Greater Philadelphia is now one of 10 regions where we've permanently introduced the PNC Bank mobile branch. This bank on wheels can be seen rolling up to community organizations across the Delaware Valley. On site and by your side, the PNC Mobile Branch is part of our commitment to supporting communities that need it most. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
My dad loves steak, and that's why when I send him Omaha Steaks every year for Father's Day, he's excited because we get to grill together, we get to enjoy family together, and Omaha Steaks makes it so easy for you to give Dad what he wants. Your husband, your father, your uncle, your godfather, whoever, world-class dads deserve a world-class steak. And when you use my name, Zioli, at checkout at omahasteaks.com, you're going to get additional discounts. That's right. When you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day, you can combine them, make endless possibilities, burgers, steaks, side dishes, desserts, beautiful premium proteins like juicy pork chops, unbelievable stuff. It's what dads want, right? Dads don't return steak, right? They return ties and golf shirts. Got enough golf shirts. Go to omahasteaks.com. Put in my name, Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I, at checkout. You're going to get extra savings from the world's original butcher. That's right. Order now and send Dad an unforgettable gift package starting at just $89 with promo code Zioli. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philadelphia region. Join us in the fall when awards are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
From Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day to start the trading week on Wall Street Monday. The Dow fell 115, but the Nasdaq was up 94 and the S&P 500 up 6. The New York Stock Exchange is reviewing any trades potentially affected by a trading glitch yesterday. The incident impacting shares of 40 stocks, including Berkshire Hathaway's Class A shares, which were mistakenly shown to be down 99.9%. Today we get figures on job openings for April and the numbers on April's factory orders, earnings reports as well from Bath & Body Works and Hewlett-Packard. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifies today before a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee on the President's fiscal year 2025 budget request. And the compensation package for chief executives who run S&P 500 companies jumped nearly 13% last year, according to analysis performed for the Associated Press. The median pay package going up to $16.3 million. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
They have it in Singapore, Stockholm, London, and Milan, but nobody's tried it in the United States until now. Congestion pricing, charging more to drive into the city's most crowded neighborhoods, takes effect in New York City, June 30th, unless one of the lawsuits trying to stop it is successful. Other city leaders, for example in Los Angeles, will be watching to see if they should maybe consider doing the same thing. New York State Governor Kathy Hochul says congestion pricing will reduce traffic and improve mass transit and public health.
Because so many people love New York City, the streets are impassable, and the air quality has declined.
Polling shows only 1 in 4 New Yorkers supports the plan to charge up to $15 to drive into the lower third of Manhattan, below Central Park, between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. on weekdays and 9 to 9 on weekends.
This is just ridiculous. Like, we need adults in this playground.
I don't think it's a good idea. I don't support it, even though I don't have a car.
There are new fees for cabs and rideshare vehicles, and the price is even higher for truckers. More than 700,000 vehicles enter the planned congestion pricing zone every weekday, many of them people commuting from other parts of the city or the suburbs in Connecticut, New Jersey, and Long Island, New York, where one town is suing over the plan.
Look, this is another money-grabbing scheme from the MTA where they're going to literally punish people for traveling to the city.
Don Clavin Jr. is the town supervisor of Hempstead, New York.
They're going to start charging passenger vehicles $15 to enter Manhattan below 60th. Trucks are actually going to go from anywhere from $24 to $36. And there are no exemptions for first responders, for teachers, for firefighters. You know, this is an unfair burden being thrust on really essential workers, really, again, because the MTA, all they know how to do is spend cash, and all they want to do is find another way to get it out of our pockets.
Supporters are going to say, well, fine, those firefighters, those teachers, they can take the train, they can take the subway, they can get in that way. What do you say to them?
You know what? Firefighters, teachers have to be at their schools, at their firehouses, at their police precincts at certain times. They don't have the availability of maybe having a train or a subway that's going to get them on time. Look, you know what? The fact of the matter is, really, this was supposed to go through federal procedures. That's why we're bringing a lawsuit in federal court. We think they needed approval by Congress. And in a bipartisan effort, I stood with Republicans and Democrats in this lawsuit representing the town residents. Our estimation on a yearly basis, over 800,000 residents from just the town of Hempstead drive into Lower Manhattan. And we're not the only entity. You know, you have New Jersey suing. You have other counties throughout this region suing because they all think that this was rushed through, it wasn't done properly, and it's a violation of federal laws.
Yeah, this is a lawsuit from truckers, this is a lawsuit from teachers. Are you guys, as your legal team, is there any coordination between those lawsuits, comparing notes?
What I'll say is everyone seems to be bringing in their jurisdiction. We're on Long Island, so we're bringing it in the Eastern District out here. We're monitoring their law, what their theories are. New Jersey has a different legal theory than we do. But after talking to our attorneys, we felt that they really needed congressional approval to get this. That's why I was happy when we had the lawsuit. Look, the bottom line is, it's a money grab. Everybody knows it. I mean, the MTA, gave out hundreds of millions of dollars in overtime last year. They don't know how to balance their budget. And what they do know is to try and balance it on really the hardworking men and women who are just trying to go to work. Think about the escalating costs with this burden. Deliveries are going to have to be made down there. Guess what's going to happen? The cost of doing business, the cost of making purchases are also going to be affected in that region. Ultimately, it's going to happen. A lot of entities are going to leave Lower Manhattan, and a lot of stores and a lot of small businesses.
Yeah, the argument supporters are going to tell you is that the cost for those truckers, for example, is going to be offset by being able to be getting around faster, and productivity will go up, but you've still got to pay, the fee.
Absolutely. And by the way, it's also sort of false, because you're going to have people that are literally going to encamp themselves at lower. They won't go above 60. You're not going to take cars out of the streets. You're not going to change it. You're still going to have that congestion down there. And look, it is so expensive to just get a cup of coffee in Manhattan now. This is just going to be an extra burden, and it's not needed. It really isn't, and it's unfair.
For the large majority of listeners who do not live in New York City or certainly don't or Long Island, explain a little bit just how commuting works around here and what most people do.
Look, I before I became the supervisor, I was an attorney, and I would practice law, and I would try cases in Manhattan. And you know what? You'd have to load up your car with boxes of files for the depositions and other paperwork. And you couldn't take them on a train. It's just unrealistic to say, I was going to take a train and then get a subway and go down. It would take me hours and carrying boxes, let alone I wouldn't even think of taking the subway in Manhattan right now because I feel very unsafe. My friends all tell me they actually now walk because they can't use the subway system. People still need to use their cars, and that is a mode of transportation in addition to the trains and the subways. And the other burn really in this is they're giving a subsidy to commuters from within the 5 boroughs. They're not even extending that discount to the men and women who come in from Long Island or Metro North or New Jersey. This is really a centralized sort of benefit for the Manhattan, money coming into the MTA, and really kind of punishing anybody who wants to come in, wants to travel, wants to drive in there, or just get to the office.
The idea is that your mass transit in and out of Hempstead is going to theoretically be more used, and they're going to say, well, look, we're kicking you some money too to improve your systems in Jersey, Metro North, and Connecticut, and Long Island, but is it going to be is it going to be enough to offset what you need to do to keep the infrastructure up?
No, not at all. And you know what? They can try and sell that argument that they're going to take a percentage that comes in. And I think it's like 10%. And they're going to invest it back in the roadways or the railways in particular of the suburbs. The majority of this money is going to be grabbed from the suburbs. The super minority of it is going to go back to those entities. Majority is going to go to all these little special projects. It was revealed, I think they ran almost several $100 million in overtime last year, in 1 year alone. This is to fill their coffers, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, and some critics of the plan, and I assume you do too, say, look, this isn't about congestion at all. You want those cars down there because you want the money.
That's all this is about. The answer to the MTA is constantly, we need more money. We need more money. If it's not increasing the tolls and the bridges to get off this island, it's increasing the fares to get in there. It's a scheme. It's a money scheme to really hit men and women when they're driving in there. And our obligation as elected officials, and I applaud all of it because it is bipartisan, is to stand up for the residents. And we feel we're in the right side of the law.
Do you think that this might be one of those things where everybody complains about it, and then whatever, a year in, everybody's just like, oh, whatever, it's just a cost of doing business, a cost of life in this region, and I'm just going to pay the toll?
I don't. People really are fed up. And I think they really have the mindset that we're not going to be pushed around by the MTA anymore. We're going to fight back. And we've had instances where we have taken them on for suburban interests, and we've been victorious. We've stood up to them. And like I said, this isn't just the town of Hempstead. This is, you know what? You have Westchester and areas in sort of middle upstate New York. Then you have another state in New Jersey, all agreeing. And it isn't just a R or a D. It's, you know, real suburban communities that are saying this is improper, illegal. In addition, you now also have members of Congress who are stepping in and saying, absolutely, this is a violation. But if the residents don't stand up, you sort of hit on something real easy. Once they pass this through, anybody who doesn't think they're going to look to increase these fees in 2-3 years, you're out of your mind, because that's all they do. This is just another way to get more out of your pockets.
Let's say you're sympathetic to at least the stated goals of this thing. Improve public health, decreased, congestions on the road, or even to, raise more money to improve public transit. Do you have any thoughts about it, any ideas about it, or do you just say, look, that's not my problem?
I think they use those key words you just used as a veiled attempt to get people to sympathize with it. Look at what's taking place in New York City right now. And I'll use my own family as an example. I would never let my kids go in the subways. My wife, goes to the city. She doesn't ride the subway system anymore. They have to put the National Guard in the subway system because people feel so unsafe. They've made improvements, but at the same time, then they take away alternatives like real law enforcement. They spend the money, but then people aren't utilizing it because they don't feel comfortable or taking care of it. In addition, they are not spending the money in the suburban areas to get people to go in. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to people can't afford this stuff anymore. People can't afford being, it's not even nickeled and dimed anymore. It's like 5 or 10 anymore to just get to the office, just to go downtown, just to drive to your precinct or to go teach somebody's kids. And the argument's going to take cars off the road is absolutely false. There's no doubt in my mind. I've already talked to a number of drivers who all said, yeah, we're going to have almost people staying south of 60th, and that will be their job. They'll be driving cars around down there. They'll be picking up the taxis down there. They'll be all Ubers, and they will stay south of 60th. So you're not going to see any of the cars coming off the road.
What do you expect from the lawsuit? I know what you hope from the lawsuit. What are you told your chances of success are, and what does success look like? I mean, is it just this never happens?
The success, first off, would be getting the court to put it on hold, to allow for a proper hearing, and we think a proper environmental review, and also an analysis to see if it really did need to go, as we contend that they needed to go before Congress would get the approval. That's our first hope. We've got 4 weeks. We're hoping that other entities on Long Island are going to join us. We've had a couple other townships that reached out to us who are actually also looking for litigation. And that's just our case. We also have the cases in Jersey and from Rockland County, which is upstate New York, that are in different courts seeking the same relief. First, we want to put it on hold and then have the hearing as we said, it's an illegal action what they're doing, and we want it eliminated.
Town of Hempstead, New York, Supervisor Don Clavin. Don, good to talk to you. Thanks.
Great talking to you. Thank you very much.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Attention, Father's Day is June 16th. Do you have a gift ready? Don't worry. Just get Dad something from Untuckit, the official outfitters of Father's Day. Dads love Untuckit shirts designed to be worn untucked in wrinkle-free and performance, plus our perfect fitting pants, Henleys, polos, and more. They're the gifts he'll wear over and over, and he can wash and dry everything at home. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at Untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
My name is Taylor, and this is my 2nd year at Insight PA Cyber Charter School. Insight PA is more than just high school. Insight also specializes in career readiness to help me choose a pathway for the future. Whether it's business, nursing, technology, or even esports, Insight PA has the hands-on training and internship opportunities to help me choose the right career. The students and staff are amazing, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. A 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Opening statement slated today in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial in Delaware
After 12 jurors and 4 alternates were selected yesterday. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
7 jurors are black, 5 are white. The 12 are evenly split between men and women. And pretty much everyone questioned said they knew someone who had or was struggling with addiction.
Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to lying about being a drug addict on gun purchase forms. President Biden expected to sign an executive order today, putting new limits on asylum seekers coming into the U.S. from the southern border.
The threshold reportedly mirrors the bipartisan border agreement that failed in the Senate earlier this year. And it's reportedly similar to a ban Trump tried to impose, but was overturned by the courts as a violation of federal asylum laws.
Fox's Jackie Heinrichs, 2/3 of voters disapprove of the president's handling of the southern border. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Despite a lack of winning to start her professional career, Indiana Fever star Caitlyn Clark has impressed enough to be recognized by the league. Clark was named the WNBA Rookie of the Month for May on Monday. Clark led all rookies in scoring, made field goals, three-pointers made, free throws made, and assists during the month. While Clark has put up numbers, it has not led to success on the court for her team. Indiana is just 2-9 to start the 2024 season. The Fever lost by 36 points on Sunday to the New York Liberty, and Clark scored a season-low 3 points. They'll next face the Washington Mystics on Friday, a team that is winless on the season. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
So Ronald Acuna Jr., what is viewed as maybe the most team-friendly contract in the history of baseball, where the Braves have him locked up age 26 through 30 at $14 to $17 million a year, where Aaron Judge makes $40 million a year. And Acuna Jr. has been a transcendent talent for the Braves. That goes from looking like the most team-friendly deal ever to my fear right now that Ronald Acuna Jr. is cooked as a player. This is both ACLs. And this coincides the start of a season where, by his lofty standards, he's been awful. He really has been awful to start this season. And now he's torn his other ACL. And I agree. Everyone's going to look at that and say, boy, the Braves really hosed their superstar when he signed this contract. I'll just look out and say, well, they may not have him that much longer. I don't know what he's going to come back and be. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Summertime cookouts and Father's Day coming up. The perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Make that barbecue event better and put the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake on your picnic table. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Hey, did you know one of the largest U.S. flags in the state of Georgia stands proudly in Pure Talk's parking lot? Now, it's in honor of that flag and what it stands for that Pure Talk is now supporting America's Warrior Partnership in their mission to prevent veteran suicide. Ask a vet. The transition to civilian life can be very difficult, especially in this economy. Access to housing, employment, even getting their earned VA benefits can be really hard. Now, that's where America's Warrior Partnership steps in. They provide fundamental needs to our warriors. You can help this great cause simply by switching before Flag Day to my cell phone company, Pure Talk. Now, choose a wireless company that shares your values. Upgrade your cell phone service to America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. You just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch. Just dial pound 250 and save now for superior cell phone service. That's half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, and you get the help of vet in need.
Kids 14 and under should lace up their sneakers for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases following the Padres-Phillies game Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Tuesday, June 4th, it is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. You can reach us on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Pretty slow day yesterday in the world of news. Not sure that we'll make it to the finish line today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
And look who's back in the saddle today.
Woo! Who's that?
It's that Gregory guy.
I've heard of him. I heard, by the way, my name was being
besmirched yesterday.
Slandered.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
Well, I think I was...
Defamation, character assassination.
I was accused of taking Mondays off and some Fridays off.
Who's
all those guys?
You're the Monday Zioli.
Well, if you notice, Zioli was also off yesterday.
Uh-oh. What were you? It's a conspiracy. What were you guys doing?
It's not. It's not. I had. I have a 4-year-old who catches everything under the sun, and now my godlike immune system has been killed for a generation. This year, I've had the flu, bronchitis, and now strep throat.
How are you feeling today?
I feel great.
You sound really solid.
Good. Yeah, no, I'm on antibiotics. God bless antibiotics, even though they're doing a number on my stomach.
Did you see the NIH for this antibiotic?
Yeah.
No.
Did you seek guidance from science himself, Dr. Anthony Fauci?
I watched all the hearing yesterday.
America's doctor.
Because I was stuck home, and
daytime TV sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was watching all the hearings yesterday, so I have tons of clips. I know you're doing your big take on it. But I have tons of clips on it, so we have it all covered for you.
Beautiful. A lot of good things to get to on the show today, and we appreciate Sean Ferris for jumping in yesterday on short notice.
Yeah, I can take more days off. He's a pro at this.
He's a pistol, isn't he?
He's good. He's very good. The kid's got something.
He does. We're going to get to Fauci's testimony. That'll be the theme of the big take this morning, and then right out of that, at the bottom of the hour, jury selection has concluded in the Hunter Biden trial, and we'll compare and contrast Hunter Biden to Fauci to Trump. The Pentagon makes a major social media mistake, mixing up PTSD, which is known as post-traumatic stress disorder, and Pride Month, because this is PTSD month as well as Pride Month, but they made a mistake on social media. We'll get to that this morning. Also, Greg Stocker's favorite big box retailer, Walmart, has had to take drastic shoplifting prevention measures. And we've got the video footage to prove it.
I mean, you can't tell by the clientele that come in there that they don't want to steal things.
Was Stocker right again all along?
Of course. I'm always right. It should just be Stocker's right. That's the end.
Instead of the Price is Right,
yes,
we'll play Stocker's right.
Exactly.
I'll be like Bob Barker.
No, I think the Trump thing is going to be a hung jury. I think he's going to be found guilty on some and not guilty on another. No. Listen to Greg. Thank you.
I've admitted my failures. I've said I was wrong.
Oh, I'm kidding. You know I love you both.
More Caitlyn Clark hatred along the way. Surprisingly, the villain, the goon, the bully, she's got a history of doing this. We'll kick that around this morning. Also, Donald Trump's appellate options, the cut sheet, and much, much more. But before we get to that, let's get to the news right out of the gate here at 6:04. Round number one. I'm sure there was lots of peace and love in the city of brotherly love. For all the glorious details, the great Dawn Stensland.
And thank you. Good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal Company News Live by Philadelphia 100. The sun is up, 66 degrees. We are way up in the 80s. A hot summer-like day in store. Forecast in just a moment. As we begin, we have protests going on outside the University of the Arts in Philadelphia, which abruptly canceled that virtual information session that was supposed to be yesterday afternoon amid all the questions over the impending sudden closure of the University of Arts, which of course is an historic fixture in the city of Philadelphia. They just released a statement saying it was canceled. Students got the message that their town hall meeting would just they're upset. It was just canceled, and no information as to whether or not that info session, as it had been called, would even be rescheduled, saying that this is absolutely absurd. University of the Arts is going to close for good this Friday. This closure comes amid financial challenges and declining enrollment. That's according to the school's president. The Middle States Commission on Higher Ed saying that it withdrew accreditation June 1st because the university failed to provide timely notice of its closure or a required plan for any students. So there's a scramble now for these students who were planning, maybe they're a sophomore right now. What are they going to do? They're looking at Drexel and Temple. So other universities are coming in and trying to give these students a space. This is so sudden.
I saw that sudden breaking news. I think it was Saturday or Sunday because I had Channel 3 on, and the golf wrapped up, and they went to the local news, and like it was just, hey, the university is shutting down, effective almost immediately within 5-6 days of the news coming last weekend.
And so now there are calls. Obviously, officials are calling for a major investigation. What happened here? And was this mishandled money? What was going on? And so we'll continue to follow it. But many students spending the night there, protests going on locally. And it is a local story. Jury selection is done in that federal gun case against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. Another historic trial, as last week, for the first time ever, we saw the former president of the United States of America, leading GOP candidate, against the current president, obviously in that trial with Trump. And now we have, for the first time, a son of a sitting president going on trial. And the Hunter Biden team saying that this is about Second Amendment rights and drug addiction. So the question is, did he buy this firearm, fill out that form falsely when he knew that he was still addicted to crack?
Did the prosecutor in this case campaign on getting Hunter Biden?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking. All right. Can Hunter get a fair jury in Delaware? These are the questions bouncing around in my head this morning.
Well, Delaware, everybody knows everybody. So the fact that you had President Joe Biden take the day off, even though he wasn't in court, but stepmom, First Lady Jill Biden, was, of course, in court. And, she was in a bright purple suit right there.
Yeah, so she looked like Barney.
All those. Well, no, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm wearing bright pink today. She looked lovely. And my point is, she was not inconspicuous or unnoticed. And so, is that a power play?
Yeah,
so everybody in Delaware knows.
Yeah, nice of her to show up after her stepson called her a vindictive moron.
And a
entitled
C word.
Yeah, C word.
And they have the text to prove it.
Yeah, boy. I don't know. I'm not sure I would show up and support my bonus boy.
Oh, yes, you would.
Not for those words.
Probably not. Was he on something at the time? He can just claim that he was on something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
right? Yeah, we're all on something.
You say apparently you say awful things when you're addicted to things. I get it.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's a little truth in just saying. Just saying.
Well, to your point, as the first day of jury selection broke for lunch, and again, they've chosen the jury, but Hunter walking over to his mom, his stepmom, the only mother he's ever known, right, because he was so young when his mom died in that car wreck, leaning over the railing and, hugging and kissing her on the cheek. And yesterday was the First Lady's 73rd birthday. So she spent her 73rd B-Day in court yesterday.
Hell of a way to spend your birthday.
Yeah, so the judge planned to seat 16 jurors, including 4 alternates, and the effort was moving swiftly along. Roughly 24 prospective jurors were dismissed by mid-afternoon, and one who was sent home said she did not know whether she could be impartial because of the opinion that she had formed about Hunter Biden based on media reports. So they did ask every single person, do they know anybody or do they have any type of affiliation with drug addiction? And most of the sitting jurors do.
Yeah, I think most Americans know somebody or have been affected by somebody with a substance problem. Yeah.
So we have a company that bred beagles for medical research agreeing yesterday to pay a record $35 million as part of a criminal plea, admitting it neglected thousands of dogs at its breeding facility in rural Virginia. Prosecutors say the penalties amount to the largest ever levied in this type of an animal welfare case. This is a plea deal, also bars the company that operated the facility.
Wow. You guys know I'm not a huge fan of the little dog, but the beagle's a nice little dog.
Yeah.
A cute little pup.
The company later agreed to relinquish.
They are.
Beagles
They got
are?
big mouths. Yeah.
So cute.
They have
The
that
floppy ears.
They have that annoying bark.
I know. There was a dog over the weekend at a place I was golfing, right off the 4th fairway, that just wouldn't shut his face. Yeah. I'm like, can I please swing the club for 1 second? Can you just grab a little water out of your bowl?
Greg Stocker barking like a beagle. My day is completed. We have the Bucks.
I'm all hyped up on drugs. So
Get ready, folks.
I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth today.
This could be his last day. Either he's going to lose his job or he'll have nothing tomorrow, and you won't hear from him until the cut sheet.
We do have the Bucks County SPCA launching an investigation after a woman claimed her dog had somehow ingested THC after a visit to the groomer. Her name's Kelly Fowler. She says when she picked up her dog, Teddy, from the PetSmart in Fairless Hills, poor Teddy was lethargic and just repeatedly was like falling over. And he had been there for 4 hours, no word if he had the munchies.
It was like me the first time I took a gummy.
But he's only an 8-pound dog. She took him right to the veterinarian, and whoop, the good vet, by the way, said that the dog's urine, yes, tested positive for THC.
Wow.
So now there's this big investigation. So Kelly Fowler is not happy. She's speaking out about it. How did Teddy get the TA? How did he toke? I mean, what's going on here? And she also wants PetSmart to pay her vet bill, which they agreed to immediately.
Oh, absolutely. No question.
Teddy's going to be okay.
Yeah, but Teddy got high.
Teddy got high.
Like Hunter.
Yeah. Where's the Afro Man remix? Because Teddy got high.
Teddy got high.
Oh, boy. Poor Teddy. He
I
didn't know what he
know.
was doing. And
Oh, boy, it's Teddy.
those parents should be.
Having some hallucinations.
Teddy and Buddy walking around eating gummies all day.
Poor guy.
That dog was probably scared out of his mind.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
This is true.
Disgraceful.
Oh, my
Disgraceful people.
Speaking of being scared, Fresh Start produce sales announced the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. We're calling whole cucumbers. Check your fridge. Check your cucumbers because there's a potential they may have salmonella poisoning.
Oh, God.
Greg Stocker, that's all you need right now. You're just recovering. Your toddler as well. So, this could give people diarrhea and all kinds of stomach problems. I mean, seriously, it's a cucumber recall.
Right.
And Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, New York, Maryland. So our entire region, including Florida and other states. But they're saying, please make sure you check because salmonella can be very serious.
Yeah, I just picked
Bacteria.
I just grabbed a big cucumber on Sunday at the grocery store.
I bet you did.
Yeah. That's the other thing you got to keep up on is your produce crisper in your refrigerator.
Yeah.
All of a sudden that tomato's been in there for 10 days.
So we are sponsored in the news by Philly 100, calling all entrepreneurs, distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. Take the first step, joining this elite group of businesses. Apply today, philly100.org. Yes, our Phils were victorious, but it was a great day yesterday. We were victorious against Milwaukee 3-1, but Reese Hoskins for the first time and coming back home, if you will, returning to Citizens Bank Park last night for this 3-game series against his former team. Standing ovation.
Yep, classy move.
It was nice.
Let me ask you guys a question. They played his walk-up song.
That was nice.
That's excessive.
A little excessive.
Yeah,
I know they did it.
Yeah.
They did it for Chase Utley.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer, a Wall of Famer, a world champion. Reese Hoskins, nice player, nice guy.
Yeah.
Didn't win anything here.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
A little excessive.
Don't know if they needed to do that. Standing ovation. It's good, nice for Philadelphia.
It was nice.
Even when Philly tries to do something classy, we still get it wrong, or we get ripped for doing it. We should just really embrace the bad city villain role.
Yeah.
I would probably feel differently if they had beat us, but they did. They lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Still.
That helps.
I just want a Phillies Yankees World Series so bad. Not that I'm looking ahead 4 months.
I mean, we're going to see that preview in a couple weeks.
Yeah, end of July,
End
I
of
think.
July,
Yeah,
yeah.
Phil says he's already got tickets.
Nice.
I'm going as well.
Are you really?
I am.
Nice.
Fancy. Well, today, as this 3-game series with the Brewers continues, we've got 88 degrees, sunny skies, feeling summer-like. Tomorrow, 83 degrees with some showers moving through. Then for your Thursday, 86 degrees, bright sunny skies. A little bit of a chance that one of those kind of Florida-like afternoon showers can pop through, but nothing that's a washout. And then we cool off a little bit for your Friday. Mostly sunny, 82 degrees. Saturday looks perfect, 77 degrees. partly sunny skies, and then looking way out, although this is far off, but Sunday, 79 degrees, mostly cloudy with rain coming in next Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Looks like nearly 80 degrees Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but again, with mostly cloudy, rainy weather. Although, like I say, this is the 7-day forecast. That's way out. Could change. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take this morning brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Nobody is above the law. Following the felony convictions of Donald Trump last week, the Biden administration said, quote, nobody is above the law. But what they are really saying is that prosecutors, judges, and the DOJ can twist and contort the law, elevate charges, have a biased jury, and instruct the jury that they can convict on anything they want, and it will all result in a guilty verdict of a Republican, as long as it means putting away your top political adversary. So the same should be applied to media darling Dr. Anthony Fauci, as well as Hunter Biden, right? Yesterday was a super busy day in the land of the left as Dr. Fauci was on Capitol Hill in D.C. and Hunter Biden was in a Delaware court as his gun trial got underway. For Fauci, it marks the first public testimony in almost 2 years. For Biden, it marks the beginning of facing the music over a firearms charge. And Americans care more about Fauci and COVID than they do Hunter Biden, which is why the Big Take will be about Fauci today. We'll get to Hunter Biden coming up in just about 25 minutes this morning. But at the end of the day, we will see how they are above the law, despite what the Biden administration will claim. Tony Fauci, in my opinion, got shredded as Mr. Science himself testified before the House panel on the coronavirus pandemic yesterday. And I want to begin with Jim Jordan of Ohio, grilling Fauci on the funding to Wuhan, who approved of it, and if there were any motives for Fauci to deny the lab leak theory. Listen and watch this.
Prior to that call would have been on the call.
Well, the call was arranged by Jeremy Farrar. You should ask him.
Okay. Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
I'm sorry. What was?
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
Yes, of course. It was a subaward to the Wuhan Institute.
And who approved that award?
Excuse me?
And who approved that award? What agency approved that award?
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
Your agency approved that, right?
Yes, it did. After.
Did that have anything to do with this downplaying of the lab leak theory?
No.
Nothing to do with it?
Nothing.
What?
Folks, as I said last week on the Big Take, follow the money. That always will answer the why. Just yesterday, we discussed the newest revelation of Fauci's testimony and the full transcript from January being released when he sat for a deposition. The newest bombshell was that not only was the 6 feet of social distancing made up, which we learned about weeks and weeks and weeks ago, but so was masking students and children. There was no science behind it. Here's Fauci doubling down on closures, stay-at-home orders, vax mandates, and mask mandates. Listen and watch this.
I'm going to go through a list of COVID mitigation measures that you supported over the course of the pandemic and ask you to give me a yes or no as to whether you believe these measures were justified. Business closures?
Early on, when 5,000 people were dying a day, yes.
Church closures?
Same thing.
School closures?
Again, the
stay-at-home orders?
These were important when we were trying to stop the tsunami of deaths that were occurring early on. How long you kept them going is debatable.
Mask mandates for adults, mask mandates for children, mask mandates for children under 5.
And going back to what I said before, all of that is in the context of, at the time, 4,000 to 5,000
mandates for children under 5. There's scientific evidence for that.
Excuse me?
Mask mandates for children under 5. There's scientific evidence supporting that.
There was no study that did masks on kids before. You couldn't do the study. You had to respond to an epidemic that was killing 4,000 to 5,000 Americans per
Vaccine
day.
mandates for employees, vaccine mandates for students, vaccine mandates for military.
Vaccines save lives. It is very, very clear that vaccines have saved hundreds of thousands of Americans and millions
I'm not debating.
of
We're talking about
worldwide.
the COVID-19. Did or do the vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccine, stop anyone from getting COVID?
I answered that question to the chairman. Early on, it became clear that
they did.
No, actually, no. In the beginning, it clearly prevented infection in a certain percentage of people, but the durability of its ability to prevent infection was not long. It was measured in months.
And they didn't stop you from spreading it either.
Early on, it did if it prevented infection, but what became clear that it did not prevent transmission when the ability to prevent infection waned.
To this day, this man is still defiant. He is arrogant. He is egotistical. And he is so caught up in his persona, resume, and career accomplishments that he can't admit that everything he said was wrong. He is in complete denial as the once most trusted name in science goes down in flames with all of his bogus measures and the stances taken that are indefensible to the American public. Dr. Fauci says Republicans twisted his words when he said 6 feet of social distancing lacked scientific basis and it, quote, just appeared. By saying there was no science behind it, I mean there was no clinical trial that proved that. That's a direct quote from Anthony Fauci. Well, if there was no clinical trial that had proved it, there was no scientific basis for it, at least in a lot of people's eyes that have common sense. He and his colleagues just made it up because they thought it sounded good, and they changed the world for years on end based on an uneducated guess, says Ian Miller, writer for Outkick, who has written extensively on COVID, Big Pharma, and the federal agency failures during the pandemic. I want you to listen and watch this clip. Take a listen.
Later is the issue of the 6 foot distance, and I made the statement that it just appeared. And that got taken at like, I don't know what's going on. It just appeared. It actually came from the CDC. The CDC was responsible for those kinds of guidelines for schools, not me. So when I said that it just appeared, it appeared. Was there any science behind it? What I meant by no science behind it is that there wasn't a controlled trial that said compare 6 foot with 3 feet with 10 feet. So there wasn't that scientific evaluation of it. What I believe the CDC used for their reason to say 6 feet is that studies years ago showed that when you're dealing with droplets, which at the time that the CDC made that recommendation, it was felt that the transmission was primarily through droplet, not aerosol, which is incorrect because we know now aerosol does play a role. That's the reason why they did it. It had little to do with me since I didn't make the recommendation, and my saying there was no science behind it means there was no clinical trial that proved that. That's just one of the things that got a little distorted in the response to that.
Never forget, Fauci is a bureaucrat. He worked for the NIH. He is basically a politician in the medical field. So you can take the NIH, the CDC, the WHO, and every other 3-letter agency under the sun, and you can take Fauci's advisory role and his opinions, which influenced public policy, and yes, you can pin it on him because politicians adhered to his guidance, and his guidance absolutely failed America. And he showed what level of politician he was during the pandemic, constantly flipping his stances or then claiming that things were taken out of context. Then you'll double down and triple down when proven wrong. This man was one of the most powerful swamp creatures in America for multiple years and lined his pockets with royalties. And his views were portrayed as gospel by the media, the left. And if you dared to challenge the logic of now unproven scientific methods, you were the crazy one. You were anti-science. You were anti-vax. Now, I give Marjorie Taylor Greene a lot of crap on this show, and I think rightfully so. I always say, look, it's me, it's MTG, but I have to give her credit yesterday for doing her homework and coming prepared as she nails Fauci down and pins him down on some of the most memorable headlines and indelible moments of the 2020, 21, and 22 calendar years with photos of some of the human rights violations, the civil rights violations that were flexed upon Americans by these power-hungry monsters during the pandemic. Listen and watch this MTG montage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fauci, you were quoted on CBS Face the Nation saying it's easy to criticize, but they're really criticizing science. because I represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci?
I am a scientist who uses the scientific method to gain information.
Yes, you said you represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci? Yes
Again,
or no? Yes or no?
No, that's not a yes or no
Yes,
answer.
it's a yes or no.
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we'll take that as a you don't know what you represent. Fauci, you also represent the type of science where you confess that you made up the COVID rules, including
I didn't hear what you
6
said.
feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it up. You
I
made it
didn't
up
say
as you went.
I made it up.
NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers, a fact that's been hidden. Let's talk about the fact about, is it right for scientists and doctors getting paid by the American people, government taxpayer paychecks, to get patents where they're paid millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in royalty fees, especially when the NIH and these government agencies, most powerful agencies in our country, are recommending medical suggestions and advice and making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children? Do you think that's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that, Mr. Fauci? And what a hypocrisy this picture shows. Here you are without your mask, with empty seats everywhere. Remember the cardboard cutout fans? That was one of the most insulting things to Americans, having to watch the games from home, where you got to go and enjoy the game and sit right next to people not following the 6 feet of distancing, not wearing your mask, and everyone else was forced to stay home and stop enjoying life. The typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children forced to wear masks, muzzled in their schools. And then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called science and your medical suggestions, while you and all your cronies get paid from Big Pharma.
That right there is what we call a checkmate in the game of chess. And Fauci is not alone. There is mass complicity to go around. The teachers union and Randy Weingarten, to the lies of Big Pharma being told of 100% safe and effective, to other infectious disease doctors that were plastered all over CNN and MSNBC, to the talking heads that ridiculed you on television for your own bodily choices, your small business not being deemed essential, your place of worship, your church closed, your 6-year-old sitting on a laptop via Zoom in kindergarten, the military, the police being told, roll up the sleeve or you're out, and the lies of COVID ends with you if you're vaxxed. The virus is dead on arrival if you are vaccinated. And of course, you're going to kill grandma if you don't get vaxxed. Do it for your family, and more importantly, do it for your community. Stop the spread, flatten the curve. How about we just stop the madness? How about we flatten these fools in a court of law? Of course, that's wishful thinking, but we can still dream. Yesterday was another pound of flesh, but nothing more. Tony Fauci and these other 3-letter agency parasites will never be held accountable. But I do predict the following. When this happens again, and it will, the experts will run the same playbook back. The same mouthpieces will say, trust the science. It'll be like a rerun episode years later. But I highly doubt, or at least hope, that most Americans will not just fall in line this time around and blindly follow the science. They'll follow the money. They'll be downright skeptical. And I think they'll resist en masse like never before. And I think they have every right to do so. And that's because of guys like Anthony Fauci, certified, bona fide, verified, perjurer, in my personal opinion, liar, and fraud. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster this week. Head to Lancaster County to enjoy fresh air and learn about the Amish culture. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll get to Hunter Biden and jury selection as his trial is off to a bang, and we'll get that underway on the other side. It's Kayl and Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. Let's see how much Philadelphia loves Reese Hoskins. Why don't you bet on Reese Hoskins to hit a home run tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies? And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. Right now, every Tuesday is a Dinger Tuesday this season on America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is bet a player to home run, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run you hit during that game. As if you needed another reason to love the long ball, visit FanDuel.com/Greg to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, and is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake. Accept no substitutes.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
The plumbing experts at Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating are here to help. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
6:36. Welcome back in, Kayal Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Big shout out to Ken Beatty, U.S. Coast Guard, who's got the controls of the music this week, as Ken made a big donation to the Travis Manion Foundation for Radiothon, and he will handle the music. He took care of it yesterday, and that will continue with his WPHT playlist that he has put together that I have before me. All sorts of different artists, actually. Very eclectic variety that he has gathered. So you'll continue to hear that throughout the week. 855-839-1210 is the number if you want to jump in on the Fauci conversation from yesterday. It is remarkable. You hear this story yesterday, and you heard Marjorie Taylor Greene reference it there when I gave you that montage of her from Capitol Hill yesterday. As NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers. And this was a fact that they tried to hide. And they collected $710 million in royalties during the pandemic from late 2021 through 2023. And almost all of that cash, $690 million, was created and sent to the sub-agency led by Dr. Anthony Fauci and 260 of his closest friends and scientists with the NIH. And another reason to love Senator Rand Paul is the fact that he has gone forward, obviously, in sponsoring the Royalty Transparency Act. Without things like that, and without journalists doing freedom of information requests and other reporters that actually do some digging, we would not know of these things. And during the pandemic era, actually, if you go back to 2009, the NIH has brought in $1 billion and change from some of these pharmaceutical companies. So when I sit there and I say, mainstream media bought and paid for, and you're one of these people, not that many people in our audience watch CNN, but you see an Anderson Cooper montage and a monologue and an opening segment, and then he has on Rochelle Walensky from the CDC, and then they go to break, and the first commercial is Pfizer. Probably everything you just heard was propaganda. Just a guess and an assumption on my part, but what do I know?
You're right by the whole thing saying that it is a lot of performance art. I'm glad it happened. It should happen. There needs to be the questions answered about the whole COVID thing.
Yep.
But you're also right that nothing's going to happen.
Nothing.
It's just a show.
Which honestly, at this point, I hope we don't have to hear or see Fauci again, because it's like if we get him on the stand again a year from now, 6 months, 3 weeks from now, it's just going to be the same song and dance over and over.
The problem is that the public's opinion, I believe, on Fauci has changed. Which I think is a good thing, because everybody was calling him Saint Fauci a couple of years ago,
right?
But at the end of the day, nothing's going to happen to any of these people. So it's like whatever.
I don't know about that. I think they're going to investigate.
But what does it lead to? Like I'm glad that Republicans have control of the House and have these subpoena powers, and that's great. And we learn more information. And if anything, it's a moment for those of us that were skeptical of Fauci from Jump Street. But beyond that, it's like, aha, I was right, told you. And then you try to shove it in somebody's face who told you were the nut job, and they're just like, they just move on. That's what the left does.
If this were a corporation, I would be suing for damages. on behalf of my children.
I don't think you can.
And my family.
But I don't think you can. So who do you want to sue?
I want accountability.
Because you can't sue Big Pharma, right? They're pretty well protected. And what's the to my knowledge, unless I'm wrong, and there's probably people out there with law backgrounds that know way more than I do, other than perjury for Fauci, I'm not sure what charges can be brought against the guy, and I'm not even sure that you can convict him and prove that he perjured himself. I personally believe, and I've said this many times, I think he's perjured himself a half dozen times. But beyond that, I don't know what we get other than those performances from yesterday, which I enjoyed, and I'm glad they did. He actually got all choked up because he was asked about some Democrat from Michigan, I forget her name, came in out of nowhere and bailed him out with the lifeline of, isn't it true that your life has been threatened countless times? To which I say, look, nobody should threaten Fauci's life. I don't want to see anything happen to the guy. But, I can understand why there's a lot of people out there that had their lives impacted. Far worse than I did.
No. I want accountability. I want whoever it is. And Fauci's already trying to throw his assistant, who has a bigger title than that David Morenz, who's talking.
Yep.
And they're already trying to throw him under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
No. I want somebody to go to jail over this. I want accountability.
Mm-hmm.
They screwed with my kids. It's bad enough. We all had to take... how many people lost their jobs?
Yep.
We all had to take huge cuts in pay,
Yep.
percentages.
Mm-hmm.
Businesses shut down. People were dying. People couldn't visit their grandparents or parents dying in the hospital.
Yep.
Stocker and Zioli had babies, not together.
Well, in this day and age, I think they
which
could.
is why they took off yesterday. They're taking days off. Watch out. But remember that, and so you guys were they're concerned. Are we going to be able to be with our wife when she's in labor? It was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
This was wrong. I want justice. You mess with my kids, and I am like a dog on a bone over this. No. This is not going away. This needs to be investigated. We need to get down to it. Look at all their nasty little emails and the ones that they deleted. They thought they were so smart, but they can save all the emails. And they need to be made accountable. And you could see him, I can't hear. It was like the Game of Thrones, old guy going, what? I'm so old, I can't hear you.
Yep, he did that multiple times. And then the thing that really annoys me is his little pivot to, well, that wasn't me, that was the CDC. And, the common folk out there that just, catches 8 minutes of news a night, maybe they don't know the difference between the NIH and the CDC, but the reality is they're all lumped in together, in my opinion. You could call one, National Institute of blah, 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 Centers for Disease Control, blah, 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 when they're all out there, Fauci, Walensky, I forget her name now. She was the one with the scarf. Who was the one who had all the scarf? Jill Burks? Deborah Burks.
Deborah Burks, yeah.
Jill Burks, Deborah Burks, Jill Biden, same thing. They're out there and they're all complicit with the same message. And it's well, it really wasn't us. It was, your local jurisdiction and your mayor and your governor. But those people, Democrat or Republican during the pandemic, and I still to this day think Republicans handled the pandemic. That's why I've said for 4 years, the whole Trump versus DeSantis on who handled COVID better is a wasted argument. One was working at a federal level, one's working at a state level as the governor. The bottom line is Republicans did much better with allowing freedoms and civil liberties compared to Democrats. I lived in Tennessee during the pandemic, and it was far more lax than what you guys had to deal with.
Yeah, it was hell.
Yeah.
It was hell here. We were shut down.
Yep.
It was the strictest in the nation. It was ridiculous. And the fact that now they're alleging that he knew the S was going to hit the fan. They have some of those emails where they knew that they were wrong, that they should not have been dealing with and paying and remember early on when the Chinese even said, remember that? And they said, no, it's the U.S. They're telling the truth. No, I want accountability. If Fauci, if he did this, and by the way, he was advisor to the president. So if he gave the president, then President Trump, disinformation, isn't that treason? So I want people to go to jail. All these committees, J6 and all these prosecution things. No. This one, we all deserve accountability because guess what? We wouldn't be in this. Trump would have been reelected. Look at his popularity. Look at the economy. We had unprecedented peace and prosperity. They robbed us.
Yeah.
They robbed our kids. Oh, and I was watching this last night and it was happening during my show when it came down, and I'm looking at all of this and reviewing I started bawling. People are we are damaged. Our kids are damaged. They did this to us. Oh, no. No, they're not getting away with this.
Imagine
Don't
this.
laugh at me. They're laughing. You see
She
them
is
laughing
upset
at
and
me.
she wants to speak to a manager.
I love that you're pissed off. I'll wrap with this.
Sorry.
Fauci has government-issued security 24/7.
Fine, I don't want him to.
Yet RFK Jr. has been denied Secret Service protection
That's a
as the
sin.
presidential candidate.
That's a sin. And look, I don't want Fauci. I don't want anything to happen to that little man because I want him, if he really did what they allege he did, then he needs to go to jail, and his little colluders need to all go to jail because they robbed our entire nation, our children, the loss of learning, the suicides. I mean, go through all of it. Oh, they have brought hell to America.
Prosecutor Stensland just giving her closing
Ridiculous.
arguments.
And there are that Eco Health Alliance, yeah. They, the nonprofit that the people paid like $100 million. They're now they shut down the funding, but there are families suing them.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you'd like to jump in, we'll get to Hunter Biden as we continue. Jury selection in the books. It's Kayal and Company. It's a Fired Up Tuesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fired Up Tuesday. Is your HVAC good to go? Because it is going to be nearly 90 degrees today. So we got to talk about my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. You know, and I think of D-Day, I think of this whole week right now and the 80th anniversary and the salute to our veterans and everything that's happening. And Anderson, they hire our military veterans. They're so committed to our veterans. And if you heard Carrie and Bill, you know that they themselves, some of them have served our nation proudly. So maybe you're still trying to hold out as far as turning on the AC. Come on. We're like I say, near 90 degrees. It's hot. It's muggy. And right now is the time to make sure your AC is good to go. They have a wealth of experience. They're great guys. Trust me. High quality people. Great crew. Same great crew. They do not earn some kind of a commission. They're not salespeople. They are there to install or fix the appropriate system for your home. AMC, of course, they're respectful. They're going to keep to the schedule. Just call and see. I'm all fired up. So I'm all fired up about this Tuesday and everything that's going on. But listen to me. Right now, you're going to get 15% off your spring maintenance. And it's amazing they're continuing this spring maintenance because it's June. Okay, so get 15% off your spring maintenance, and you get 1 year of free maintenance if you're getting a replacement system. 15% off the maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Would you just visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher, forcing 40% of retirees to return to the workforce, according to a study by Atticus Law Firm. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle, documented in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.651, Kayl & Company, as we put a bow on the first hour. Dawn's still fired up. She's jumped into an ice bath. She'll be ready. She'll be ready for the news in a few moments. We'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour here with a call. We've got our buddy Ed in Delran. My guess is he's fired up as well. Ed, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Yes, I am fired up, and I'll tell you why. First off, let me give you a promo. First off, Dawn, you go, girl, and Nick, that he knows their every trick.
Well said. I just wanted to be quiet for just a second so we could clip that perfectly for a promo.
Oh, definitely. And listen to this. Here's the deal. This is the same guy that said, you don't need to wear a mask. Then he said, you need to wear a mask. Then you need to wear 2 masks. Then you need to wear 3 masks. He's a rich quack, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was first
this guy
Yep.
Take the cake and eat it, too.
Mm-hmm. And line your pockets along the way. Appreciate
always follow the money.
Yes, appreciate the call, Ed. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to the news, and then we'll spend a good chunk of the 7 o'clock hour on Hunter Biden. Before we get to the cut sheet, it's Kayl & Company. Hour 2 is next.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
This is an important notice to consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. You may qualify to reduce a large portion of your debt, saving you thousands of dollars. National Debt Relief has established a debt relief hotline for consumers to call and see what they qualify for at 800-713-3096. With their fast and easy approval process, National Debt Relief's award-winning team has helped over 550,000 Americans significantly reduce their debt. Consumers who qualify may only need to pay back a fraction of what they owe. National Debt Relief, the top-rated debt relief company, has earned thousands of 5-star Google reviews and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Due to high interest rates, your debt will continue to rapidly pile up, so pick up the phone and call now to get this free information at 800-713-3096. 800-713-3096. Again, that's 800-713-3096.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia. Every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
Lido missed the boat that day. He left the shack.
It's Kayal Company, 7 o'clock. Hour number 2 underway here on this Tuesday morning. Ken Beatty, retired U.S. Coast Guard, handling the playlist this week. Big-time donation made to the Travis Manion Foundation. We've also got our big donation from Linda Kearns. We're going to get an entire week of Elvis coming up at some point here in the next couple of weeks. That'll put Stalker into retirement. 855-839-1210. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're going to kick around some of the Hunter Biden developments yesterday as the jury was selected on day 1 of his gun trial. We'll give you the layout and all of the backgrounds of these individuals and whether or not Hunter Biden should just take a plea. A lot of people say this is an open and shut case. We'll get to that. And also, is this just simply something that the DOJ can say, see, and nobody's above the law? Trump, you were convicted. Hunter, you were convicted. See, we're fair and free and balanced. We'll get to that. And also, Walmart, the level of shoplifting has reached epic proportions. Wait until you see this viral video of what they are now concealing and locking up as they continue their theft prevention amongst this shoplifting epidemic in this country. That's all still on the way before we get to the cut sheet. But right now, let's get to the news. Round 2 at 7:02. The great, fired up Dawn Stenzel.
Yes. Good morning on this Tuesday morning. We are sponsored by Wawa. June 4th, Phillies beat the Brewers 3-1. Reese Hoskins, standing ovation. I'll give you the forecast for tonight's game, 6:40. Let's talk about what's going on in Philadelphia. Philadelphia police saying they arrested these 3 teenagers in connection with an illegal car meetup. This is in the Bustleton neighborhood. So at the scene, authorities say they found this very large gathering, nearly 200 people, 100 vehicles. And police say when they tried to start, breaking up the crowd, dispersing the crowd, telling everybody go home, they say one teenager tried to block those officers and then fled, reportedly jumping into an Infiniti G35. So investigators later stopped the car, arrested the teen as well as 2 others inside that vehicle. So I don't hear that they were doing anything to harm the officers, but he tried to block the officers, I believe, with a vehicle. So the 2 identified, one is 16 who's underage. So we have 19-year-old James Campitelli, we have 18-year-old Alex Collins, and now a 16-year-old boy also in the vehicle with them. We don't give juvies names, but because the other teens are now 18 and 19, they get a mugshot all over, all over the internet, all over the news. And so Alex and James, 18 and 19 years old, facing disorderly conduct charges. This after that meetup. It happened, it was 500 block of Adams Ave around before 8 o'clock on Sunday, I should say. It was about 7:40-ish.
Yeah, I would expect these things to continue in frequency, especially with the summer months upon us now with kids being out of school. I just don't recall, and I know we always talk about these things, was this the way it was back in my day? I mean, there's always been these gatherings, but doesn't it seem like, and maybe I'm just prisoner of the moment coming off of the whole Pride versus Free Palestine clash over the weekend that we talked about on yesterday's show, the sheer volume of people showing up nowadays, the amount of cars doing the donuts in the intersection, it just seems, I don't know if it's because social media allows you to reach far more people in masses, but these gatherings seem bigger than before, right? I don't know. I don't recall the sheer amount of participants being this voluminous in years past. Just an observation.
Well, okay, I'll say this. When we've had those, usually they get on social media. And what's the site they use? And they all know their friends are there. Now I can't think of it.
TikTok?
No, the one where they can see each other. Now my youngest son, they all use this.
The WhatsApp Messenger?
It's where they can see it has a location.
Oh,
which I think there's a security aspect to it. I have to think of it. But anyway, so they do it on one of those apps, social media, where they all say, hey, we're hooking up, blah, blah, blah. When they go to, let's say, Temple, around the Temple campus, the difference is I don't remember kids getting arrested like this.
Oh. Huh.
I don't, because remember on Temple's campus, we've had sometimes 500 up to 1,000 near the Temple campus when they've had those hookups.
Yeah.
I'll just point you to the ethnicity of these individuals. You can look at their mugshots and conclude, is there a racial aspect to it? They were very quick to put out their mugshots.
Okay.
White boys.
Oh. Yeah, well.
I'm going to go there.
Yeah, well.
Because I was like, oh, wow, they arrested. Right. I mean, good that they arrested somebody accused of disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
But when we've had hookups in Philadelphia like this with hundreds, more bigger than this, I don't recall arrests.
I'm just so tired of all of them that I would just start, forget this, protection of minors stuff. When you're 16 and 17, I don't care what race you are, just reveal their identity. The more you get tough on these people now, the better chance they have a chance of, getting their act together in life and maybe bouncing back and being a contributing member to society instead of being a pain in everybody's keister.
Maybe that's a great point you make, because remember yesterday we talked about that Delaware major gun heist.
Yeah.
Was it Miller's, that big gun store heist, and it turns out to be a 14-year-old, which obviously they're putting somebody up to it.
Yep.
But in this case, maybe they say 3 times if you're a teen underage and, whatever, once or twice, depending on the offense, and then we're going to publicly release your information. But then it would be up to the news agency to decide.
Yeah.
Because the parents might sue.
Right.
Because they are a minor.
Yep.
But that's a great point, because they can say to the 16-year-old, see, your 18 and 19-year-old buddies, they got the mugshot.
Yep.
They face much more serious.
Yep. Stop coddling these kids. You're only handicapping them.
I love it. Good point.
By the way, we're getting complaints on YouTube that Dawn is crystal clear. Not that that's a complaint. And I'm super fuzzy. I'm not sure why. I'm looking at it now. I don't know if
the audio or
the video. Which me being in a fuzzy picture is actually an improvement to my visual looks. But yeah, I don't know if we got camera issues or what's
weird.
going on here.
Hey, you are blurry.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Are you feeling a little fuzzy?
I feel great today.
Primary day in New Jersey. I'll get to that. But speaking of primary day in New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez filing a petition to get on the U.S. Senate ballot in New Jersey as an independent candidate. He has all the signatures he needs because he has thousands, and independent candidates only need 800 signatures to get on the ballot in New Jersey. Deadline to file is 4 p.m. today, which is also the date, obviously, of these partisan primaries. So Menendez decided not to run in the Democrat side, New Jersey's Democratic Senate primary, while under indictment. He said that a couple months ago he would not seek another term as a Democrat, but left open the possibility of running in November as an independent, and so he could kind of muck things up for his fellow Democrat, which it looks like it would be Andy Kim.
Yeah.
So in this one, as you know, he is a New Jersey career politician accused of accepting cash, gold bars, luxury wristwatches, and other perks from New Jersey businessmen in exchange for official favors to benefit the businessmen as well as the governments of Egypt and Qatar.
Yeah. Hard to run when you have gold bars in your pocket. Have you ever tried doing that? They're heavy. They weigh you down.
Nope, I've never had a gold bar in my pocket. But polls opened at 6 o'clock this morning. They're open until 8 p.m. tonight. In the Senate race, obviously, I mentioned Andy Kim, U.S. Representative, widely expected to become the nominee on the Democrat side, while Curtis Bashaw and Christine Serrano-Glasner vying for the GOP nomination. Embattled Senator Menendez, obviously on trial in that federal fraud and bribery case, and running now as an independent for November. 5 Democrats, 4 Republicans running in the 3rd District race to replace Kim. And as the Inquirer points out, the election is the first in New Jersey since a federal judge ruled against that longstanding county line ballot system. So we'll watch that one just to see how that one goes. Lawyers will make their opening statements this morning in the federal gun case against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. And this after the jury was seated for the trial. While the First Lady did watch on her birthday from the courtroom, President sent a message of support from the Beach House. I know Nick's going to talk about it. So that I'll just headline that one. I also want to headline for you that President Biden is to sign this executive order, story being leaked out, signing this executive order to, quote unquote, deal with the border crisis. Finally, the Biden administration is doing this end run around the nation's immigration laws by giving migrants work permits, though, in record numbers. Since Biden has taken office, more than 3.3 million migrants have been given this EAD, the Employment Authorization Document, and it's commonly known as the federal work permit, even though many did not even legally have the right to come here. In other words, they crossed over the border illegally. That's a big complaint, especially for many of those who did it legally or are still going through the process. But Biden making headlines and raising a lot of eyebrows, even with his fellow Democrats, critical of the fact that now he's going back and doing something that's very Trump-like.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's election season, Dawn. Yeah, you've let in enough. They just, let another 350,000 asylum seekers just off the hook, so to speak? It's remarkable.
And it is, and we don't know, so we don't know what this is going to say exactly. Is it because we have thousands coming in? It sounds like I think they were leaking to ABC News at one point saying, well, if it goes over 2,000 or if it goes over to, we have so many flooding over the border.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to maybe stop the floodgate, but still let thousands in.
Yeah.
There are many different reports as to what they'll do.
Who's the biggest failure, Fauci or Mayorkas? I want you to think about that for the next couple of minutes, folks. Let that marinate in your skull.
Well, if this is all true, then I would say we wouldn't even have had the pandemic. We would still have Trump, and so therefore we would not have Mayorkas.
All right, next level thinking. I like this.
So that's I don't know. That's my answer to it.
It's good work out of you.
University of the Arts in Philadelphia. We're watching this very carefully. Protesters out there. They own a ton of property. Looking at the finances, how did this happen? A whole lot of questions, and this is going toward a major investigation. It's probably why they shut down that 4:00 info meeting yesterday.
Oh no! What shall we do if a bunch of kids don't get worthless degrees?
Trade school? Do I get my easel?
Oh God!
Do they get their application fees back and the money they put into their education that has now just been squelched if you just enrolled or got admitted?
Listen, I can criticize. My sister-in-law went to the University of the Arts and she uses it nuns. She's actually very successful now, not using her degree at all. So there is hope.
Yeah, same here.
But what a worthless piece of paper that place turned out to be.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I have a niece who went there and loved it. She works for.
Well, you might love it, but
she works for QVC. She's
Where do
an
you-
entrepreneur.
Where do you go though after that
Yeah,
to
exactly.
use that degree?
Exactly.
You just become an artist? You like Hunter
Well-
Biden with paintings?
Yeah, if your father's Joe Biden, you can make some money doing it.
I guess.
I don't know. I've never heard any. I'll be honest. I've never heard anything bad about the University of the Arts.
Yeah.
Until now.
Yeah,
I always had a good
It's a fine
perception of it.
It's a fine hobby, but I don't need it. Try and make a living doing it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, try making a living in radio sometimes.
That's true. It's not that easy. We chose the wrong profession as well.
Yeah.
Well, I was just talking. We were talking to our sons today with summer coming. I said, "You have to get a job at Wawa when you're a teenager."
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
It's like a rite of passage.
It's a good way to look at it. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, make those pizzas at 4:00.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You love it while you're there freaking every day anyway. Just get a summer job. It's a rite of passage.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're sponsored by Wawa. Has the pizza.
Yep.
Made fresh, tastes great, and now the price is great too. Get the pizza you crave, starting at just $7.99 after 4 p.m. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, on this 88-degree hot summer-like June 4th day.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 7:14 coming up next. Jurors, plea deals, and possible sentencing. Hunter Biden front and center next here on Kayal and Company.
I have to ask the Chapmans. Mike and Mark Chapman grew up in this area. If they ever worked at Wawa, so I'll have to ask them that. Mike and Mark celebrating 30 years in the community, building their business, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're just beloved in the community. All the awards, the accolades, great reviews. By now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I'd trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. And if you're thinking of updating your current siding, or maybe you want to remove your current stucco and then replace it with siding, think Chapman and think James Hardy plank. It's gorgeous, really is going to make a splash. Everybody in the neighborhood's going to notice your home, and it's going to boost the value and the beauty. Also, the vinyl siding choices are just wonderful right now. You can take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, see all of their before and after photos, all the makeovers, whether it's a front door makeover. Maybe you just need a couple of windows. So some companies, they don't want to deal with that. If you need you need a bay window, right? But you don't need all your windows. Chapman's always going to work with you no matter what you need. That's what I love about them. And you're going to love these certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. You can text, you can call 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. They're local. They're listening right now, like-minded. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Your first successful omelet flip. The creme brulee they're still talking about. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a complete kitchen featuring stone counters from the region's most extensive selection can cost just $6,999. That's countertops, sink, and hardware installed, plus cabinetry. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free, under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now. QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment,
Call 1-800-JEFF now.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 7:22, super busy Tuesday morning here on Kayal Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us anywhere on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. Hit the like and subscribe button while you're there. Also, don't forget, bike rides coming up. We're just about 6 weeks away. Sunday, July 21st. You can ride, you can donate, you can do both. GregStalkerSucks.com, the website. GregStalkerSucks.com. One more time for people in the back. GregStalkerSucks.com. All right, we're going to get to Walmart here in a couple of minutes, but we got to spend at least 10 minutes here on the Hunter Biden stuff from yesterday as the jury was selected. The voir dire process has come and gone as day one of Hunter Biden's gun trial wraps up. And, of course, we have a jury of 12 with 4 alternates that have been selected to hear the federal gun crime trial of the president's son, Hunter Biden. And during the selection process, as Dawn mentioned during the news, almost all the potential jurors said that they know someone who has been or currently is experiencing substance abuse and or addiction. Almost every potential juror has said that they heard about the case in the news. So you're going to certainly have a jury, I think, right off the top here, that will have some level of human sympathy, whether that's right, wrong, indifferent, and you could all have different opinions on that when it comes to a 54-year-old man who seemingly has been given every opportunity under the sun to get his act together, and that will be a factor. The first son faces charges of making false statements in the purchase of a firearm, as well as possession of a firearm by a person who is an unlawful user of or addicted to a controlled substance, with all counts combined. And I'm just going through this because we have to. This will never materialize or happen. He faces a total maximum prison time for the charges, which could add up to 25 years, which that will never happen. Each count carries a maximum fine of $250,000 and 3 years of supervised release. The judge briefed the jury on their role, instructing them not to talk about the case and keep an open mind. I don't think that'll happen, much like with Trump. She also suggested opening statements will begin today, which is Tuesday morning. I believe that is starting at 9:30 today. Right off the top here, I think it would be smart for Hunter Biden to take a plea. I don't think he will. There's time for him and his counsel to do so, because the reality is this: when the feds bring charges against you and the DOJ puts together a case, they usually believe wholeheartedly and convincingly that they've got you. and they almost always get a conviction, and they almost always win. The feds have a great batting average. And there's an op-ed in the New York Times about Hunter Biden and why he should take a plea deal and take it quickly, to which the writer of the op-ed, Sarah Isgur of the New York Times, says, to bring federal charges, the Department of Justice manual advises that a prosecutor should believe that the defendant is guilty, that the prosecutor believes he or she has the evidence that will prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the prosecutor believes that a reasonable jury would convict the defendant. In practice, this means that once the DOJ has indicted you, they believe they will win, and they almost always do. But I think there is some political shenanigans here, because I think ultimately what the Biden administration, what the Biden DOJ would like is for Hunter Biden to get a slap on the wrist, a fine, probation, one of these little deferred sentences, supervised release. He's basically going to be treated, I believe, ultimately, at the end of the day, they'll go through the rigmarole and the process and the charade, assuming there is no plea, and he'll get slapped on the wrist, and then the Biden administration can sit there and continue to say, see, nobody's above the law. Nobody's beneath the law, whether it's Donald Trump or Joe's son or Tom, Dick, or Harry. Everybody is treated the same in a court of law. And we know that is complete nonsense because we just sat through a Donald Trump trial, which started the second week of April. And of course, Trump is going to appeal. We'll get to his appellate options coming up later in the 9 o'clock hour this morning. But this is a lot like, in many regards, the way I view this case. No different than what we saw with House Republicans with Fauci. This is a song. This is a dance. This is a production. I don't think for a moment that Hunter Biden's ever going to go to jail. I also don't think Donald Trump will ultimately go to jail, in large parts because I think Trump has a lot of very, very strong appellate issues that will be raised that I think, at least if we're looking at this case specifically with Trump, with the hush money case, is going to be reversed and remanded. But I think this is just one of these things where when people talk about the two names, Biden and Trump and Biden, this is where I think a lot of the fatigue comes from. It's some of it's policy, some of it's having lived through each administration, whether you're a pro-Trump supporter or you're a pro-Biden person. But I think the casual political observer that is exhausted, that we've talked about with these polls where America says, I'm tired of this guy and I'm also tired of that guy, I want a different option. I think this is a lot of this, political persecution. And look, I don't think Hunter Biden is being persecuted at all. I mean, it's pretty much an open and shut case. When you look at the facts of the case, the fact that he had this firearm, and there's other issues here as well beyond drugs. There's the tax stuff. There's the influence peddling, the being the middleman. That's not on trial here. I just think this is, once again, another epic waste of time, another wasting of taxpayer dollars. And look, do I think Hunter Biden should be found guilty? Absolutely. Am I expecting anywhere near what I just rattled off as possible sentencing punishment guidelines? No. He's Hunter Biden. He's 54 years old. He's Joe's little boy. I mean, I'm not sure what you think of this case, Dawn, and I know it was playing out a little bit yesterday during your show with jury selection, but it just seems to me it's open and shut, and it's also a charade.
Yeah, I think the first of all, everybody, Delaware, if you know this, I used to participate in a show called The Delaware Way. I love Delaware, but Delaware is very incestuous. So on one side, if you want to get something done, you can get it done if you know all the right people, and that's a good thing, and I've seen that. On the other hand, in this case, you have President Joe Biden. He's at his beach house. You have First Lady Jill Biden. You have the Bidens in this courthouse. Everybody in that jury pool knows who they are and knows the power they wield in Delaware. So there's that. Mm-hmm. Then on top of it, you also have somebody who's a sympathetic character. He's with his wife. They have a little kid, and as well, an addict, going through treatment. He's going to claim, well, I did buy this firearm. This is dating back to 2014, 2013. And so I got this revolver, And then at the time, the sister-in-law threw it in a dumpster. Somebody finds it. When I filled out the form, I had gone through rehab, so I felt like I was not an addict because I had just gone through. You know what I mean? I think there's enough there. What did we say? Seven of the 12 jurors chosen know someone personally who went through addiction treatment.
And yes, so you have 6 women, 6 men. Yeah. You have 3 black women, 3 white women, 4 black men, 2 white men. And pretty much everybody is aware of this case and has been impacted one way or the other with addiction. But here's the thing that I'm tired of hearing is, just because you have an addiction does not give you an excuse to break the law. So if you're sitting here and you are not legally allowed to possess a firearm, your addiction, to me, does not exonerate you for breaking the law and purchasing or being in possession of something that you are not legally allowed to have. So I feel like it's a bending of the rules, or it's an excuse, or it's a, but, and like, I've known people in many walks of life with alcohol addiction, a gambling addiction, a drug addiction. There's sex addicts out there. There's people addicted to there's so many things in society that you can become addicted to. And I think the younger you are, this is just my personal view, the more lenient I am, the more forgiving I am, the more I'm willing to try to rehabilitate you. But eventually, and this might be callous to say, and if people want to rip me for it, that's fine, because I just give you my honest opinion. Eventually, you get to a point with people in their lives where they continue to make the same mistakes or they don't fix the errors of their ways. And you say, okay, I've done all I can. You're a lost cause. Best of luck, but I can't do anymore. And we always hear, Dawn, about white privilege. I mean, if white privilege exists, does Hunter Biden not personify that? To me, it's more like POTUS privilege. Like, hey, my dad was the president, the vice president from Delaware. He's been in politics for 50 years. That guy's gotten away with so much just because he's Joey's boy.
Well, and that's my point, is that, he was named to the Burisma board. That was back in 2014. Remember, Joe Biden was the Veep. It was President Barack Obama back then. And that was that whole thing where Biden, remembering, he said, I told him fire the prosecutor. So then fast forward to the fall, because I had to check my timeline. It was October of 2018 that Hunter is alleged to have purchased the Colt Cobra 38 Special revolver and filled out that federal firearm purchase form in which he said that he was not a user of any controlled substances. But I'm more interested in the whole Burisma, right? That whole controversy and the fact that, now we know why they were all those bureaucrats who were probably Democrats, why they were so sensitive when Trump at that point told Zelensky, hey, you better look into that Hunter Biden Burisma thing. Why do you think they were so sensitive to it?
Right.
Right? Because there was a there. That's what Trump was impeached over, ironically. And so now fast forward to today, where the gun thing is the least to me of any of the issues.
Yep.
And I think we're talking about it, and they want him to be sympathetic because the bigger issue is Burisma, and also the serious charge he faces is out in California, right, with the tax. Remember that we talked about the tax evasion issues because the IRS said, yo, Hunter, not for nothing. We're obviously paraphrasing here, but not for nothing. But you can't write off like hookers and pole dancers for $500,000 worth in your business.
Just burning through cash. And then that song and dance that he put on the steps of the Capitol, was that back in December? He was subpoenaed to testify and provide a deposition. And then he shows up and conducts a press conference on the steps, defying a governmental order to be there. So you talk about thumbing your nose. This has been common practice for Hunter, for Joe. I mean, Joe Biden gets told from SCOTUS, no, you can't forgive student loans. What does he do? I'll do whatever I want. Hunter Biden, same thing. If that's the Trump family, I mean, how are we viewing this today in the mainstream media? If Trump goes around SCOTUS, if Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. conducts a ridiculous press conference.
Their father would have said, you're fired.
Well, and everybody on mainstream media would have had a meltdown on TV talking about, not adhering to the rule of law and this, that, and the other thing. So it's interesting the coverage that you'll get on these two with the two families based on, identity politics.
Nick, I'm just going to tell you, Nick and Greg, that I think there's something weird. I know this is weird to say, but we've seen him naked. There's something about it. They all know him in Delaware. We've seen his naked photos. I just think he'll never get on any of this. He'll skate. There's something with it. You know his whole life story. He's a Biden. He's a huge celebrity, and you've seen him naked. I'm telling you, there's something with that.
Yeah.
That he's not going to face any of these charges.
So you don't think he'll even get whacked for like probation and a suspended sentence?
Maybe maybe he'll get like community.
Right. Like to me, that's the slap on the wrist to say, well, you were actually convicted of insert whatever that minimal sentence is or that minimal charge is. I think that's what's going to happen. Just to say, see, look at this. It's all apples to apples.
Yeah, because he can just say, I was on the wagon, off the wagon, back and forth, but when I filled out the form and when I did my taxes,
right.
You know what I mean? I fell off the wagon, now I'm back on the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
But I swear there is something weird about the vulnerability of, we've all seen those photos.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if he's been on and off the wagon, the one thing that hasn't fallen off the wagon was his cell phone. Because the cell phone is very interesting. We got to read some of these texts. Teased this a little bit earlier today. And this is a good find by you, Stalker, because this was on a site that I've never even heard of. But Hunter Biden, in a slew of text messages, calls stepmom Jill a vindictive moron and an entitled C word, a derogatory word for females, in vicious text messages.
I love the drama.
This is
love
amazing.
This drama.
Because like this, now this is like where there's no sympathy for me, but like I don't think he's the first person ever to go off on his stepmom or any other person in their life that they're dealing with that maybe they don't get along with when they're banged up on something, and all of a sudden people are under the influence of something and they start just spouting off.
Yep.
Some do it with their mouth, others do it with their text messages. Hunter Biden, the president's scandal-ridden son, branded his mother, Jill Biden, a vindictive moron and an entitled C word in text messages from 2018 that have recently come to light. That according to a report by The Sun. The 54-year-old troubled son of Joe Biden allegedly launched the venomous tirade against his stepmother after she encouraged him to seek help for his well-documented substance abuse problems. Okay, right there on the surface. Jill, I give you credit. You're telling your stepson, your bonus boy, whatever you want to call it, go get help. Got it. Totally fine with that.
For the record, she's the only mother he's ever known. He was a toddler in that horrific, you know what I mean? So she's raised him since he was a tiny child.
In a particular exchange with his late brother Bo's widow, Haley Biden.
Hang on, I'm sorry. Exile Kraken wins YouTube.
What did he say?
What?
He said, Nick, that's Dr. C word by law.
You entitled Dr. C word.
My friend, you and YouTube.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Because she is a Philly girl.
But he was saying to Hallie, as much as you are.
Oh, yeah.
He was calling them both the C word,
Correct. The quote is, F my stepmother for always being such, as much of a selfish, silly, entitled C word as you, as he vented to Haley amidst the breakup of their brief relationship. He confessed to bulking out another insult-laden text to his uncle, James Biden, referring to Dr. Jill Biden as a effing moron and a vindictive moron. Quote, and you do know the drunkest I've ever been, I'm still smarter than you could ever have been and comprehend. And you're a shut grammar teacher that wouldn't survive one class in an Ivy League graduate program. He just dunked on his stepmom who's got a doctorate in whatever she has. So, quote, go F yourself, Jill. Let's all agree I don't like you any more than you like me.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. By the way, you can say what you will. Yeah, he was in the throes of addiction during that. You say all kinds of things you probably don't mean. But also, as with drinking, sometimes the truth comes out.
Correct. It works both ways.
It works both ways.
No doubt.
So,
and by the way, Hunter Biden calling somebody entitled is like the kettle calling the pot black.
Exactly.
Come on, dude.
Pot calling the kettle black.
He was out there as an entrepreneur.
That too.
What a family.
It's my favorite story of the day.
It's remarkable to me that, the people will portray the Trump family in one regard, and then they act like the Bidens are the Brady Bunch.
Yes.
It's staggering. And I don't really care what any of them do. I don't look up to any of them. But like, I mean, the whole Biden family is a complete S show.
By the way, if this was, to your point, Nick, if this was the Trump family, this would be the New York Times. This would be everything.
Oh, yeah.
I had to go to a British.
It's IrishStar.com.
Yeah. It's like a British tabloid, or it's an UK tabloid, or something like that. This is the level of not covering this that our American media is doing. It's
so
disgraceful.
you're saying this isn't the opening monologue for Inside with Jen Psaki tonight?
It's not.
I was just checking. Okay.
God, it's unbelievable.
855-839-1210. Cut Sheet is coming up next, but first a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. They've got it together, and recently, just about 2 months ago, had the pleasure of sampling a lot of their high-end luxury vehicles, and it doesn't get much better than Mercedes-Benz. And if you're in the market for a Benz, how about the C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester? It's sleek and it's stylish on the outside, and it's loaded with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. It's like having Alexa or Siri riding shotgun with you. You just talk to her and she talks back to you. It's pretty cool. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. A lot of punch for the small 4-cylinder Mercedes-Benz C300. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them your boy sent you.
Attention Montgomery County residents, there's a new doctor in town, the Glass Doctor, your go-to expert for all things auto glass. Whether it's a cracked windshield or a pesky chip, the Glass Doctor of Fort Washington team makes house calls with our state-of-the-art mobile repair unit. Or we can treat your glass panes in our 6,000-square-foot facility in Montgomery County with precision and care. Don't wait. Call the Glass Doctor of Fort Washington right now, 484-96-GLASS. Call now and schedule your appointment to see the Glass Doctor of Fort Washington difference, 484-96-GLASS.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
This is an important notice to consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. You may qualify to reduce a large portion of your debt, saving you thousands of dollars. National Debt Relief has established a debt relief hotline for consumers to call and see what they qualify for at 800-713-3096. With their fast and easy approval process, National Debt Relief's award-winning team has helped over 550,000 Americans significantly reduce their debt. Consumers who qualify may only need to pay back a fraction of what they owe. National Debt Relief, the top-rated debt relief company, has earned thousands of 5-star Google reviews and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Due to high interest rates, your debt will continue to rapidly pile up, so pick up the phone and call now to get this free information at 800-713-3096. 800-713-3096. Again, that's 800-713-3096.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
In today's report, I'm going to talk about Medicare. Nearly 171 million workers contribute to Medicare through payroll taxes out of 327 million Americans. Approximately 58.4 million people receive Medicare benefits. In this report, I'll tell you when you should apply for Medicare and how. But first, here are the 4 parts of Medicare. Medicare Part A is hospitalization insurance, helps pay for the inpatient hospital care and certain follow-up services like skilled nursing facility care, nursing home care, and hospice care. But Medicare will not pay for custodial care. Medicare Part B is medical insurance that helps pay for doctor services, outpatient hospital care, and other medical services like ambulance services and durable medical equipment. Medicare Part C, also known as Medicare Advantage plans. These are for people with Medicare Part A and B who prefer to use a Medicare-approved private health insurance plan, which could lower monthly costs but expand your copayments. Medicare Part D helps cover the cost of prescription drugs. If you have limited income or limited resources, you may qualify for what's called extra help. In Pennsylvania, it's known as PACE. In New Jersey, it's known as PAD, P-A-A-D. According to the Social Security Administration, you should contact Social Security about 3 months prior to your 65th birthday to sign up for Medicare. The most convenient way to conduct Social Security business from anywhere at any time is to visit www.socialsecurity.gov. There, you can even apply for retirement, disability, and your Medicare benefits, and much more. If you don't have access to the internet, don't worry. You can simply call 800-772-1213, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Baby, hold on to me. Whatever will be.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. If you are buying a home with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union, you can unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, and discounts. Learn more, AmericanHeritageCU.org/Home Connection. Also, a big shout out to attorney David Gelman for sponsoring our Team 1210 WPHT for the bike ride coming up Sunday, July 21st. If you're in the need of criminal defense or personal injury law, GelmanLawFirm.com. That's GELMAN lawfirm.com.
And you know he's a good lawyer because he supports a great cause.
He does.
Look at that.
How about that?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. So a lot of good stuff coming up. It's going to be a busy couple of months here. There will be really no slow or downtime.
No.
We've, of course, got the debates coming up in 23 days, if you think that's actually going to go off as scheduled, June 27th. And, of course, a lot in July with the convention, bendtoshore.org for our bike ride. It's going to be a fun summer.
Crazy.
Crazy.
It's going to fly.
I heard you whispering. You're like, crazy.
Yeah, it's not going to be a one of those slow summers that you might be used to in sports radio.
Yeah,
Kayal.
no Mount Rushmore lists and top fives. And
no.
Yeah.
Then
What's
you have
your
all
favorite sandwich? And
Then you have all the guys in the break room. I go in there to get coffee, and they're all looking at this, I don't know, this Chex Mix thing that like is all melded like a Dorito turd that's in the bag.
In the vending machine?
Yeah, in the vending machine.
Well, there was a bag of chips hanging in the vending machine for like 5 days.
Yeah, it's been there for weeks actually.
And it's like this close to
I know.
falling off the ledge.
I've tried to shake it, and it still goes nowhere.
Oh boy,
it's like teasing you. You know what I mean? I'm like,
radio station kitchens are the greatest thing of all
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
There's content fodder for days in that area.
Absolutely true.
All right, 7:48. Let's get to what we like to call what's on the cut sheet.
By the way, I heard you try and do this yesterday, Nick Hale.
Yeah,
It was
Low
it's a little
energy.
odd when you're out. I got to tell you, it's not my forte.
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. They're good people. They've supported our radio station for years. They have the naming rights to our studio. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Now, don't worry. I have like 17 Fauci clips. Like I have Fauci clips for days. We will get to all of that. But I want to start with something else because this is making headlines today, and I want to see both of your opinions. I want to hear both of your opinions. There's a show on ESPN called The Pat McAfee Show.
I've heard of it.
And they were discussing the popularity of the WNBA and the Caitlyn Clark effect. And Mr. McAfee said, well, he called her, he said, well, I'll play the audio and then you guys can react. We beeped it.
We censored it, are we sure?
We censored it because, look, you can say it. He said it on ESPN. I'm fine playing it, but it's a little disrespectful. So Phil Almquist took the liberty of beeping it, and I commend him for that.
All
right. Let's do cut 24, Phil. Go.
The goat. Is she what? I don't know. I just, with my eyes, I couldn't see if she's Caucasian or not. So I think what we're trying to say is what the WNBA currently has He's what we like to describe as a cash cow. There is a superstar. And we're not saying that the players on the court need to act any differently. That's the athletes are going to do what athletes are going to do in any sport. And I think we're all learning that WNBA, that's old school football, baby. That is old school football. But I would like the media people that continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white for the Indiana team who is a superstar. And is it because she stayed in Iowa, put an entire state on her back, took a program from nothing to a multiple-year success story? Is it because she would go on to break the entire points records in the history of the NCAA, not just the women's record by Kelsey Plum, shout out?
All right, so he called her a white B word.
Yeah.
Bewitched.
Right.
Thank you, Dawn.
Yes. And everybody lost their mind, right?
But yes, so he later came on and apologized, I believe, for saying that.
He did. He apologized.
Which I think is weak.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
No, you can't. You know, he's a broadcaster. He has to seem professional.
This
even
is
though
what,
he's not.
this is what. Yeah, but this is what ESPN signed up for with this guy because they wanted to get away from all the typical left-wing nonsense. And I think for that network, who is a lot of their talking heads keep railing on Caitlyn Clark, and it's, well, don't forget about Angel Reese and these other talented girls. I think what he's saying, and if you're a female, you have every right to be offended by that. I'm just viewing it from the guy perspective, but also the context. I don't think it was meant to be derogatory.
It wasn't.
It's him saying, no, she's that you-know-what.
Yes.
Like, she's that alpha, that
He did
killer.
say the goat at first,
Yes.
and that was better. The goat was better than the female dog reference.
She's a bad B word.
She's a bad mamma jamma.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. That's what he meant.
There
That's what he
probably
meant
was
by
some
it.
guys this morning when Dawn was all fired up at 6:45 saying, you go, Dawn, you're a bad you-know-what.
That's right, and you're my beat.
Yes,
So there.
right. And I think that's what he's talking about. But I'm sure people are triggered by it because of its Pat McAfee.
All right, so we have the male perspective. Dawn, the female perspective.
The content of what he was saying is correct. The content, and it's unfortunate that he used a term that triggered everybody.
Yeah.
In truth, nowadays, if you listen, to in the radio, but nobody listens to the radio. So, I mean, popular music nowadays. Now, had he used the term of endearment that Hunter Biden uses, the C word.
Did you just say nobody listens to the radio?
For music.
For music.
Oh, boy.
They listen to the original version.
Great timing on Tuesday, by the way, to say that.
Everybody, all the salespeople right now are in their cars. Our director of sales is probably streaming us right now.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Don Lemon weighing in.
I love it.
But
keep shooting your shot, Dawn.
Had he used
She's a bad B word.
Yes, you are.
I think it's the lesser word. The worst word he could have said with a female reference was the word that Hunter used, to his mom and then girlfriend, who was the late widow of his brother's, whatever. But I think that it's unfortunate that he did use the B word because his message that he's saying, he is correct in theory about what he's saying. And I would go one step further, and I don't even know if he brought this up, but I think I didn't know until this story happened and all these people were discussing it. I didn't know that like 70% of the WNBA players are lesbians. So I did not know that.
Yeah.
And so what you have here is not only is she white, but she's straight.
She's a statistical anomaly in a sport.
She is.
Yeah.
And so, because at first I thought, is this political? Is it racial? I think it's probably more even that she's straight. She has a boyfriend who's like a fiance or whatever. And so and the fact that she's a star and they're jealous, so I think his crude way of I do believe he was trying to give her props.
He was. But let me just say this: the Today Show this morning led with it. I mean, this is being
They
taken.
led with it?
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to lead with Fauci or Hunter.
Well, to be fair, I don't. They probably did. I just looked up at one point and they were talking about.
I mean, this is sports. This is entertainment. This is political. This is social. This encompasses 4 or 5 different spectrums of society.
Remember, just guys, remember, because I was involved in this because I was part of the first radio show that replaced him when this happened in 2007. There was a show called Imus in the Morning. that was on MSNBC who made derogatory references against the Rutgers girls basketball team.
That was different, though. That was horrible.
But he did it, quote unquote, in a joking manner, and because they were African American, he was fired for it. Now, I am not calling for Pat McAfee to be fired in the least, but I mean, we're using race. Right,
but context matters. Context matters. That whole thing, and they were like, weren't they like teenage or college students? And he said something, referred to them as like nappy headed or something.
Yes,
it was awful. Yes. And it was meant to be derogatory.
Right.
That was awful. This is somebody who, and again, he's supposed to be a professional broadcaster. And so I just think context matters. He's using this word in a context where he's saying she's the GOAT. He's using the B word as like women say, you're my biatch. Like it's a compliment. Not that any of that, I don't know. We can splice up the words, but I don't think this is on the level of. But
just going beyond the B word and just let's focus in on the word being white. The only the only reason people are saying she's white is because the left is so up in arms with all of these racial hit pieces on her race, on her sexual orientation. That's the thing. When I first came across Caitlyn Clark 2 years ago, I first of all, I didn't even really, it's not like I sat there and said, oh, wow, there's a white girl. Oh, wait, is she straight or gay? I need to know. I was just like, wow, she can really play basketball. I mean, you're talking about like the female Pistol Pete.
Yep.
And it's morphed into this social, racial, sexual, to your point, Dawn, because you mentioned all the statistics where she's, you know what this is? And I said this a week or two ago on this show. This is like Tiger Woods coming into golf. Here's a guy who's half black, half Asian in a predominant white sport. And it's like, wow. This guy can really play the game. And, oh, by the way, doesn't fit the typical stereotypical requirements or history of the game that golf has been. That's what Caitlyn Clark is.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, if anything, this puts her, Caitlyn Clark, if she's smart, and I think she is, she'll play this off as, this is nothing. It galvanizes Caitlyn Clark with her own team because even the other day when, she was really hip bumped, and we talked about that yesterday, but when she was bumped by the other teammates, who now I guess it was a flagrant foul.
Yeah.
But her, Caitlyn Clark's teammate reaches over and hands her an arm who happens to be African American. So I think, Caitlyn Clark, if she wasn't already a household name, you mentioned the Today Show was one of their top stories, it accelerates her fame.
Yeah. By the way, we'll get to the Fauci audio in 2 minutes. Just humor me for one more second here, because since we're on the WNBA, I'm going to cut 25 here. Phil, Nick, I know you had fun with this yesterday. Angel Reese, the other player, says that fans watch women's basketball not just because of one person; it's because of her too. This is cut 25. Phil, go.
From the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now, and understanding negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly I'll take that, because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, just because of one single game. And just looking at that, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too, and I want y'all to realize that.
Wow. No, they're actually watching because of one person. Nobody has watched the WNBA in 30 years. They've never turned a profit. They've never made a dime. Caitlyn Clark is, this is, I remember, way back in the day, in one of the Batman movies, Robin got real tight and offended by Batman getting all the limelight. Like, Angel Reese is Robin. And there's nothing wrong with being Robin, but you're not Batman. It's, if you remember the glory days of Michael Jordan in the 90s, there was a time when Jordan retired and Scottie Pippen was the guy in Chicago, and Scottie Pippen got exposed as he's a 1B. He's not the GOAT. So just stop. Nobody's watching. Angel Reese, by the way, averaging 10 points a game. Caitlyn Clark averaged 18 for the month. She was just named the Rookie of the Month in the league.
So now they've fined Reese $1,000 because she refused to speak to reporters after the game.
Right.
And then, so they got all kinds of fines, and they upgraded it to a flagrant 1 violation.
Yep. By the way, Dawn, about the Imus Flat PA pyrotechnic fan brings up a very good point, which I think was overlooked in that whole thing. Not defending Imus because he's dead, so he can defend himself from the grave. I don't know, but he was just those names that he said were actually names of basketball teams in a Spike Lee movie. So, I'm just saying.
By the way,
well, he's not Spike Lee.
Yep.
And this is a problem because nowadays you have mainstream culture, and that's what Pat McAfee. If Pat were African American, might he get away with that culturally, or in the country, might he get more of a pass? But when you're a white guy, there are different rules for you. I tell my sons this all the time. So whether that's right, wrong, or whatever, there are different rules for white guys, and the standard is higher. And so they listen to the music, like in the football in the locker room, and they listen to the unabridged, the unedited version.
Yeah, I get you.
What are they saying? The N-word and all these words. I'm like, don't you ever.
Yep.
Don't even get that language in your mind, because in business, in life, as a student, whatever, if you're a white guy, you are held to, it's true, you are held to the highest standard, and you're going to get reamed.
By the way, my phone is blowing up with all the salespeople listening that heard your quote about music radio, Dawn. So
shoot your shot, Dawn. You go, you bad bee.
I love you.
They listen to us on the Odyssey app.
Thank you.
Where they should.
And if you haven't done so, please download the Odyssey app, and please subscribe to the podcast, too. Can I say that one more time? Please subscribe to the podcast, whether it's Apple. Apple's probably the best. I know I probably shouldn't say that, and I'll probably get fired for saying that. But it's easiest to subscribe to the podcast on Apple. So just hit the subscribe button on Apple or Spotify or whatever you use.
Also, one last note on this whole Clark fiasco before we get to Fauci. The girl that threw that violent hip check into her on Sunday, her name is Chenedy Carter. According to the Daily Mail, she has a past history of bad behavior, suspensions, attitude issues. Despite her talent, she's been benched in the past for her behavior. Not the first time, and she's now on her third WNBA team. And she was also kicked off of a team for threatening to fight a teammate. So,
wow.
Yeah.
All right. The Fauci hearings yesterday, actually, it was the oversight of U.S. response to COVID-19. I think we need to have more hearings like this. I'm glad we're having hearings on this. This is Representative Brad Weinstrup. This has got one, Phil. He's from Ohio. He's the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. He's the chairman. He asked Fauci, why did you allow your office to be unaccountable to the American people? And this is what he said. Cut one, Phil, go.
We have senior officials from your office in their own writing discussing breaking federal law, deleting official records, and sharing private government information with grant recipients. The office you directed and those serving under your leadership chose to flout the law and bragged about it. Why did you allow your office to be unaccountable to the American people? You were the highest paid person in the government. This makes you more accountable to the people, not less. Dr. Fauci, whether intentional or not, you became so powerful that any disagreements the public had with you were forbidden and censored on social and most legacy media time and time again. This is why so many Americans became so angry, because this was fundamentally un-American.
Wow.
And it's fundamentally unscientific and unmedical community decorum, honestly. I mean, in every walk of medicine, science, the health industry, if you go to a doctor and don't like an opinion, you can seek a second opinion. You can always try to find out a different perspective. Why is it for over 2.5 or 3 years it was taboo to listen to somebody else? I always bring up Dr. Robert Redfield all the time. He had a lot of differing viewpoints from Fauci. And if you're going to compare their two resumes, they are almost equals in every single facet of their careers. Yet one view was considered the gospel, and the other one was like, it's kind of fringe. I'm not sure about that. And we've talked about this in the past. RFK's brought it up in the past. He's made some really great points, especially with vaccines and some of the issues that arise from them. Why in this country can't you talk about possible autism issues after vaccines? It's like, don't bring that up. It's just the way it is. You have to just accept it as truth. I thought the point of science was to challenge theories and hypotheses and everything that falls under that umbrella. But not with the Fauci. Nope.
Well, you brought up Robert Redfield.
Yep.
And isn't that what's coming out in the subcommittee? He should have been in charge of a lot of this, and Fauci, for some reason, pushed him aside.
Mm-hmm.
And why did he do that? And what was his motivation?
And Redfield was with the Trump administration initially, correct? I forget my timeline, but I want to say he was a Trump guy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
More from Representative Brad Wenstrup. This is cut 2, Philip. Go.
Does it concern you if U.S. taxpayer dollars are funding someone like this?
Grants that are submitted to the NIAID go through a very
Does it concern you? I'm not talking about the process.
Well,
I don't
know
Does it concern you that that U.S. taxpayer dollars would be going to someone who's a high-ranking Chinese PLA official? Yes or no?
I would have to know more about that, Mr. Chairman, because I don't even know the person
me.
you're talking about.
When he's either confused, doesn't understand what you're talking about, has a canned answer, which Wenstrup there kind of squashed initially, or he'll give us, what you heard in the big take this morning? Huh? What was that? My earpiece cut out. Sir, can you turn your microphone on again? Thank you. God, what a charade. What a charade. Yes, and it bothers me that my money goes to this. All of our tax dollars go to all this ridiculous rigmarole, and it comes back to only harm us. We pay for ourselves to be destroyed.
By the way, I'm kind of going in order here as it happened, because that's what we do here. We do this chronologically. Thank you very much. There is a method to my madness.
Yes, there is.
James Comer then went after Fauci about conducting government business in private emails. This has got 3, Phil. Go.
Did you ever delete an official record?
No.
Dr. Fauci, did you ever conduct official business via email?
To the best of my recollection and knowledge, I have never conducted official business via my private email.
It depends on what the definition of is.
It's context. It's nuanced. It's a nuanced conversation, Gregory. You American peasants. Mm-hmm.
On whether the vaccine prevented transmission of COVID. Wenstrup again asked him about that, and he said, listen, it's complicated. Like your Facebook mentions feeling happy, feeling sad. It's complicated. That should be Fauci's relationship message. Cut 4, Phil, go.
The vaccine saved millions of lives, and I want to thank you for your support and engagement on that. However, despite statements to the contrary, it did not stop transmission of the virus. Did the COVID vaccine stop transmission of the virus?
That is a complicated issue because in the beginning, the first iteration of the vaccines did have an effect, not 100%, not a high effect. They did prevent infection and subsequently, obviously, transmission. However, it's important to point out something that we did not know early on that became evident as the months went by, is that the durability of protection against infection and hence transmission was relatively limited, whereas the duration of protection against severe disease, hospitalization, and deaths was more prolonged. We did not know that in the beginning. In the beginning, it was felt that, in fact, it did prevent infection and thus transmission, but that was proven as time went by to not be a durable effect.
Yeah, it definitely had a positive effect for many people, especially those that were vulnerable. But we knew from the trials that people that got vaccinated still were subject to getting COVID. So was the COVID vaccine 100% effective?
I don't believe any vaccine is 100% effective.
Yet for countless months, if not multiple years, they continued to utter the phrase 100% safe and effective, which is not true. Because if it's 100% safe, people don't end up with myocarditis. People don't end up with blood clots and other issues, perhaps cancerous issues as well. And if it's safe and effective, well, you told us for many, 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 many months that the virus stops when it hits you if you're vaccinated. You will not get COVID. You will not spread COVID. It just, poosh, it disappears. It's like a magic elixir. That was not true. So you can sit here and call it what you want. I don't view that shot to be a vaccine. I consider it to be some sort of shot. And I will never take another COVID shot again. And I took the first two. So I'm not one of these people that didn't take any of them. And if you didn't take any of them, God bless you. You're right to. But all these boosters and these updated shots, booster number 6, and you know the most remarkable part is the most vocal advocates for the boosters are the ones who every 6 weeks seems to test positive for COVID. Like, how many shots has Rochelle Walensky had? And then she has to post on her government-issued social media feed, I just tested positive again for COVID. I'll be working remotely Monday through Friday. You can join me via Zoom. Cool.
Skipping ahead to cut 6, Phil. How many people died from COVID conspiracies? I don't know how the hell they track this.
If CNN could put up a tracker, they would.
But we get to the bottom of that question. Cut 6, Phil, go.
I'm going to talk about COVID right now. Mr. Chairman, I have the floor, Mr. Chairman. I want to say to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ask you to suspend, please. I want to remind the audience of decorum. Recognize Mr. Mfume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Reese for this opportunity. Dr. Fauci, we owe you an apology.
No, we
don't. For the way
Please.
we have run you through the mud, and none of us have said to you, here's where you go to get your good name and your reputation back. It's the most unfair thing I have seen. If there were evidence, if there were facts that supported the charges, I, like everybody else, would be interested, but we haven't seen a damn thing to suggest that these accusations are accurate. You've been a hero to many for 54 years, 5+ decades.
Hero.
You helped lead this country through the anthrax scare, through AIDS, through Zika, through Ebola, through SARS, and through COVID-19, pandemics and epidemics. We owe you a collective thank you. You are a world-renowned scientist and an American patriot. And whether or not people want to believe that, that's on them. But those facts are undisputable. For a year and a half, the Republican majority on this committee has sought to weaponize genuine scientific questions over COVID-19 and to vilify our public health officials and our nation's scientists with unsubstantiated, with baseless, with allegations that just can't stand the light of day. And so they've tried to do that with COVID-19. And we are here now as a result of the aggregated amount of foolishness that has taken place. And I've always said to this committee, every time I've had a chance to speak, let's go back to when we were in the heart of the pandemic, when our family members and friends and coworkers were dying left and right, when we were afraid to get near anybody, where we wanted to wash down our groceries before we brought them into the house, where we were willing to put on masks or headgear.
Who told us to do that?
Keep us from being infected. And we turned to our leaders and our public health officials and scientists for answers. And we got some, but then we didn't get some. And then we got some later, like Dr. Deborah Birx, who was Donald Trump's expert on the virus, who said, no, bleach won't do it. Don't inject yourself with it. And who also said publicly on the record that thousands of American lives could have been spared if we had done what we were being told to do by the scientific community. At least one thing is clear. Those 1 million people who died as a result of these conspiracy theories will never come back.
Conspiracy
A
theories.
million people died because of conspiracy theories.
Yeah. How did they quantify
I
that?
have no idea.
Yeah. Where's the science?
Remember when you got smeared for bringing up ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, and now we find out that they are actually, respectable ways to go about taking whatever you want to take in lieu of something from Pfizer and Moderna? Why were those the only two options? So if you follow the money, our tax dollars go to these three-letter agencies. They perform this dangerous gain-of-function research. Then multiple federal agencies conclude that it's likely that this was a lab leak and it was not animal to human jumping of the species. So we have all of that play out. And then this guy's defending all of the failed measures that this guy publicly advocated for, from masks on down the list, social distancing. And then, of course, to me, the biggest violation is the fact that 3 and 4 and 5-year-old kids in preschool or pre-K or kindergarten had to be wearing masks at a time where
Head Start,
children
2
are
years
developing.
old.
Yeah.
Head Start programs, federal
Kids
programs.
need to see facial expressions.
Yeah, we need to keep. We need to keep having hearings on this. We need to keep doing this. This is exactly what we should be doing on this, because I don't want the same mistakes to be made again. But unfortunately, they will be, because all those things that they said, we had people doing this and washing down their groceries. Who was telling us to do all that stuff? Who was advising us
Remember
to do all that stuff?
Remember the ridiculous exercise of going to the gym and seeing plexiglass dividers between treadmills?
And that was after they opened the gym. The gyms were closed for a long time.
That was in 2020. I was in Tennessee in 2021 when my YMCA reopened. And I got on the treadmill and I got on the elliptical and I saw those little 6x6 panels. And I'm like, you really think that like this virus is going to be negated and rejected and blocked by your little divider? Remember those people that would be at a cash register at a grocery store or at a retail store behind the plexiglass? What an embarrassment.
Cut 7 here on social distancing. Fauci says definitely that social distancing saved lives. Cut 7, Phil, go.
And now, during your 2-day closed-door interview in January, you discussed a number of topics regarding the public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic, some of which we've touched on briefly, but I just want to dive in a little bit deeper here. For example, you discussed both then and here with Congresswoman Castor the recommendation that we maintain 6 feet of distance between one another to reduce the spread of COVID-19. And you discussed how social distancing recommendations were developed, that you yourself didn't pick this 6 feet, and it was just really kind of a guideline in the moment. In your view, though, do social distancing recommendations and other public health measures to reduce transmission save lives?
Definitely.
There you go.
Definitely. Definitely. That's all I have to offer, Ms. Ross. One word, definitely. Yeah, during the pandemic, and I'll go back to the big take this morning about 2 hours ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene putting up the billboard, the picture of Fauci at the Washington Nationals game, him in the middle with somebody to his left, somebody to his right, and nobody else sitting in that section. Remember, we all had to sit at home and watch the baseball game on TV. And the people to his left and right, the one individual on each side that he was flanked by, had their masks on. Yet Fauci has his down over his chin. But then when he goes out to the pitcher's mound to throw out the first pitch, he puts his mask on when he's not surrounded by anybody within 100 yards.
Yeah. Fauci being asked by Representative Nicole Malakaitis, I'm sure I'm saying that name wrong, from New York, about receiving money from Big Pharma. He says he's received 0 in royalties from Big Pharma since 2021. Cut 8, Phil, go.
CIA that they should really not be talking about a lab leak.
Thank you.
That's the conspiracy.
Appreciate that. Dr. Fauci, how much have you earned from royalties from pharmaceutical companies since the pandemic began in 2021?
0.
Why?
It says NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers. You're saying that you did not receive any of the $710 million?
On COVID, I received, I think, $122 for a monoclonal antibody that I made 27 years ago.
Okay, so just in general, though, how much have you received, not related to COVID, just in general, how much have you received in royalties between 2021 and 2023?
I think none.
Okay, so somebody received the $710
Somebody
million.
did, but not me.
You didn't receive any royalties. Okay.
I see no royalties associated with COVID. I mentioned.
I said.
No, I want to.
No, I just said.
I'm on the record, and I want to make sure that this is clear. That I've developed a monoclonal antibody about 25 years ago that's used as a diagnostic that has nothing to do with COVID, and I receive an average of about $120 a year from that
Okay, but the bottom line here is that scientists at NIH did receive $710 million in royalties, and I guess my question is, don't you think that if these experiments are made using American tax dollars, that any of those royalties, this nearly billions of dollars, should be going back to the American taxpayer, not in the pockets of the scientists? Do you believe that's a law that we should consider changing?
If you want to change the patent laws and the Bayh-Dole Act, then go ahead.
Okay.
But that's not for me to say.
I'm asking your opinion. Okay, well, anyway, moving on.
No, it doesn't matter to me. I'm in my 80s. I'm almost ready to check out anyway. Change whatever laws the hell you want. I would love to know what his, I'm assuming this is public record, what his salary was on an annual basis from the NIH, and then look at what his net worth is. There were a select few, most people in America during the pandemic lost money. And then you sit here and you see some of these select few that were lining their pockets. So, okay, $710 million. Did that go to Fauci? How much of it? We don't know specifically. But we do know 260 scientists in the NIH were on the receiving end of those royalties from Moderna and Pfizer. And I'm just wondering how any public official, any governmental employee rolls into government 10 years ago, 30 years ago, a half a century ago with 8 nickels in their pocket, and then they walk out millionaires. I'd love to know that. There's just something fishy about that.
Then Representative Robert Garcia took his time to suck up to Fauci. I'm not going to play that. But what I do want to play, this is cut 10, Phil, is them blaming or killing, them blaming the killing of 200 to 300,000 people on podcasters and conspiracy theorists.
Joe Rogan killed my nephew.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
And do you think the American public should listen to America's brightest and best doctors and scientists, or instead listen to podcasters, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged Facebook memes?
No, listening to people who you just described is going to do nothing but harm people because they will deprive themselves of life-saving interventions, which has happened. And you know, some have done studies. Peter Hotez has done an analysis of this and shows that in people who refuse to get vaccinated for any variety of reasons, probably responsible for an additional 200,000 to 300,000 deaths in this country.
Thank you, sir, and your entire team for saving lives in this country. And I'm sorry you have to continue going on with these attacks.
Yep. Yes. My God. But they don't even try to hide it anymore, do they?
Nope.
You know, look, do I think those who are elderly, those with comorbidities, pre-existing conditions, obese, did they need the shot? Yes, because they were more susceptible. Did we need to force vaccines on the young and the healthy?
Nope.
Did we have to force them on people that just flat out did not want it?
Nope.
Nope. So, like, again, you can sit here, and as far as, like, blaming podcasters and conspiracy theorists, I don't know. The conspiracy theorists since 2020 have hit on a pretty sizable chunk of their theories. But, you know, when it comes to consuming media, nobody should ever listen to me or Dawn or Joe Rogan or anybody. Go consult your medical people, talk to your friends, talk to your family. If you, like, I'm not responsible for your grown adult choices. Personal accountability, personal responsibility. I say it all the time on this show when it comes to crime, law and order, vaccines, medical treatments. You know, you can gather all the opinions you want and then make an educated decision. You do you.
I think you played this morning on the on your big take, but I'm going to play it again for those of you meanders who tune in late.
Yeah, let's go.
Just getting up right
Meanders.
now. This is cut 16, Phil, on the downplaying of the lab leak theory. Jim Jordan asked him about that, and he lies, in my opinion. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Do you agree that there was a push to downplay the lab leak theory?
Not on my part.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
I think most of the country would find that amazing. I still got 11 seconds.
Well, look at the facts. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
All right, I yield back.
There you go.
I don't believe he's had an open mind throughout the entire process. He has been pretty steadfast and hell-bent on believing that this was the jumping of the transmission from animal to human being, and the wet market, the whole bit. But when I hear a lab in Wuhan, China, automatically I am, I get my back up against the wall. I don't trust the Chinese government. I have no problem with Chinese people. I have a big issue with the CCP, and I don't trust that entire regime as far as I can throw them.
These individuals we the people deserve a full of investigation into this. Right now, the allegations of wrongdoing and illegal activity is centering around Fauci's long 20 years, his right-hand person, Dr. David Morens, who yesterday Fauci distanced himself from. But you look at the copies they have, one of them, and this was back, when is this dated? April of 2021. Oh, I forgot to say there's no worry about the Freedom of Information, the FOIAs. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail or hand it to him at work or at his house. He's too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. At one point, Fauci had an assistant early on, and I don't think it was David Morens, who actually emailed and messaged Fauci and said, basically, oh my gosh, that's the stuff we've been funding, referring to this whole nightmare. If these people indeed were funding something illegally and contributed to this lab leak and then didn't tell us about it and caused this disaster, first of all, was it just an accident and oops, and then they were trying to cover up their involvement in it? Or is there more to it? Were they then using it to try to bring Trump down and giving him disinformation? I mean, I don't have all the answers, but all I'm saying is we the people, we've been put through hell. We were, people dying, people banned, all the depression right now that is massive across our country, especially with kids who were then in grade school and middle school, including my kids. We were damaged, and I demand an answer. I demand a criminal probe into this, and I want to know every person who had anything to do with this because they committed treason against the United States of America and every one of us, and I want them jailed. I want them accountable. This is horrible.
Yeah, I don't think it was done to bring down Trump. That said, I do think it was a man-made virus, and I don't think it was leaked. I don't think it was accidental.
You don't think it was accidental?
I think it was. I think it's a bioweapon unleashed by the Chinese government.
I don't know. If we were funding it, why would they? If we were funding it, I think it's possible that they did a stupid mistake and then everybody was trying to cover it up. But because they were trying to cover it up, we lost time, and they knew more about it than they even said. And they let us just die over here, and they ruined our economy.
Well, here's
they
why I think it
everything.
was intentional. I think it was intentional because, look at China. They're big believers in population control. This is a nation that has slave camps right now, murdering Asian Muslims. This is a brutal regime that does not get discussed enough on mainstream media. So I do believe they let it out intentionally, and obviously it made its way across across Europe and then here in the States.
Why would they let it out? They didn't let it out on the Uyghurs. They let it happened to their scientists in a lab that allegedly the United States is helping to fund. I don't know about that, but it all deserves investigation. And I do remember at the time there was a Chinese official when they were being accused, China was being accused, who said, no, the U.S. started this. Well, it turns out they were telling the truth. And so I don't want this Dr. David Morens to be the fall guy. You saw Fauci yesterday. He's starting to realize the noose is tightening. So he was throwing the CDC under the bus, saying, oh, the CDC makes the policy. And, oh, I don't know, David Morenz, he really distances himself. This is somebody who worked for him basically as his assistant for 20 years. Give me a break.
Well said.
I have more, but we should take a really quick break because we have like 9 pages of commercials.
Yeah, plus my bladder's about to burst.
But I have Fauci went on his cleanup tour yesterday, and then went on Caitlyn Collins to clean up the mess. And of course, we have all.
I'm sure she fact checks him like she does. She interrupts.
I'm sure we have all of that audio that we'll get to in just 1 second.
All right, we'll be back after this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, let me talk to you about FanDuel. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action. With FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sports. But come on, you don't have any skin in the game with either of these teams. So make it a little interesting. Make watching the NBA Finals, which are always interesting, a little bit more by putting a little skin in the game. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic. Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Life can get hectic. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise?
Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
I'm so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Yeah, if you've held out on, getting your HVAC, getting your spring tune-up, there's still time. You got to do it. 86, 87 degrees today, nearly 90 degrees. It's going to be hot and humid the next couple of days. And Anderson Mechanical Corporation, they have a great crew, wealth of experience, dedication to their field, such professionals at AMC, and they take such great pride in their work, high-quality people, and the same great crew has been together for so many years. They do not earn commission. They're not going to sell you anything because why? They're not salespeople. They're going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. That's it. AMC, they're going to keep to their schedule and your schedule, and of course, they're so respectful. Call now. If you're listening right now, you're going to receive a 15% off, a full 15% off your maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance if you get a replacement system. So call them today. Schedule that spring tune-up, 15% off. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Don't.
Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light.
8:36. Welcome back in. It's Kayal Company on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. The musical playlist this week, courtesy of Ken Beatty, retired U.S. Coast Guard, who made a big donation to TMF. We appreciate that. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in as we continue here with the cut sheet. Dawn's Big Three coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, seriously, we have a ton of Fauci stuff. That's why we're extending this. We will get to Fauci's cleanup in just 1 second, but one more from the hearing yesterday. This is Representative Rich McCormick, who is a physician.
Okay.
And he said that he helped treat patients during COVID and that his medical license was threatened because he disagreed with bureaucrats. Cut 22, Phil, go.
It's been insinuated that politicians, only bloggers, only conspiracy theorists are disagreeing with you. I want to point out that I'm probably the only member of Congress that actually treated patients during the pandemic from the very beginning to the very end of the pandemic, during night shifts in the ER. Thousands of patients during that time. And in 2020, I was censored. My medical license was threatened because I disagreed with bureaucrats. Literally taken off the internet as a person who is treating patients with leading-edge technologies, developing theories, but doing my very best, but being censored by the United States government for the first time, stepping in and taking the place of medical professionals as the experts in healthcare. Any dissent surrounding COVID-19 treatments, mask mandates, and any public policy surrounding the pandemic was immediately labeled as anti-science. I watched as public health officials and politicians told my patients what treatment options were best for them, regardless of their comorbidities or their medical history. Despite my education and my training and my experience, my opinions were relegated to conspiracy and misinformation by so-called healthcare experts who had never treated a patient throughout the entire pandemic.
So it's real simple. If you're Fauci, it's gospel. If you are that nut job from Houston, Dr. Peter Hotez, who looks like he hasn't been out of his house in a decade, his word is gospel. But here in Philadelphia at Thomas Jefferson University, if you're Dr. Mark Tykaczynski, remember him. He was liking on Twitter, clicking the like button on other stuff out there in the world of infectious disease and allergies and respiratory issues and airborne respiratory issues. And he was basically, I think, what was the story? He was kind of forced into retirement or he was removed from his post at Thomas Jefferson. I know it was a local story we talked about here many
He's still
times.
a professor, but they removed him from being the dean of the medical school.
Yeah.
Because he was liking certain topics.
Right, that's his punishment. What about Dr. Peter McCullough, who we see all the time throughout doing media appearances elsewhere beyond the mainstream? Dr. Peter McCullough is a cardiologist from McKinney, Texas. I would say he's very qualified to talk about myocarditis and the side effects that some people experience from the vaccine. But now he's taboo, and he's a Joe Rogan guest, so you can't trust him. Okay.
Also, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, remember him?
Stanford. So
he was censored, shadow banned. A lot of us, we were being shadow banned at the time.
Yep.
And so, I just think all of this, amid all the lockdowns, the mandates, we need the timeline. We need to know who was involved in this,
and Tony
who propagated it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tony Bruno can speak about this tomorrow when he joins us at 8:30, because Tony Bruno had a lot of adverse side effects from the vaccine.
I think you played this earlier, but I'm going to play it again because, again, new audience, different audience, I should say. Fauci doubles down on supporting masks, vaccine mandates, businesses, school, church closures. This is cut 17, Phil, and then we will get to his cleanup that he did on CNN with Caitlyn Collins last night. Cut 17 first, Phil, go.
Go through a list of COVID mitigation measures that you supported over the course of the pandemic and ask you to give me a yes or no as to whether you believe these measures were justified. Business closures?
Early on, when 5,000 people were dying a day, yes.
Church closures?
Same thing.
School closures?
Again,
stay-at-home orders.
These were important when we were trying to stop the tsunami of deaths that were occurring early on. How long you kept them going is debatable.
Mask mandates for adults, mask mandates for children, mask mandates for children under 5.
And going back to what I said before, all of that is in the context of, at the time, 4,000 to 5,000 people a day were dying.
There's scientific evidence for that?
Excuse me?
Mask mandates for children under 5, there's scientific evidence supporting that?
There was no study that did masks on kids before. You couldn't do the study. You had to respond to an epidemic that was killing 4,000 to 5,000 Americans per
Vaccine
day.
mandates for employees, vaccine mandates for students, vaccine mandates for military.
Vaccines save lives. It is very, very clear that vaccines have saved hundreds of thousands of Americans and millions.
I'm not debating. We're talking about
worldwide.
the COVID-19. Did or do the COVID-19 vaccines stop anyone from getting COVID?
I answered that question to the chairman. Early on, it became clear that
they did.
No, actually, no. In the beginning, it clearly prevented infection in a certain percentage of people, but the durability of its ability to prevent infection was not long. It was measured in months.
And they didn't stop you from spreading it either.
Early on, it did if it prevented infection, but what became clear that it did not prevent transmission when the ability to prevent infection waned.
I would say that this is one of, if not the biggest public policy failures in the modern history of the United States of America, and even on a global stage. If my dad was still alive today, he'd be 74 years old. He was born in 1950. So I think if you are probably 75, 80 or younger, you could probably argue, Vietnam, some stuffed up post 9/11, Iraq, WMD, COVID-19. COVID-19 and the public policy failures is right up there with some of the biggest mistakes of all time. And I think the thing that ticks me off more than anything is the rules for thee, but not for me. So I have to sit in my house, but Gavin Newsom can be at a restaurant whining and dining Magic Johnson? Really? I can't go to church, but you can be out hobnobbing at a Washington Nationals game, Fauci, in an almost empty stadium. And then lastly, if you're a small business owner, you have every right to be steamed up. Walmart and Target deemed essential. Bob's Gun and Tackle Shop, not essential. Okay.
Well, that was here in Pennsylvania why Governor Wolf, with his ridiculous executive orders, and remember saying that, well, if his daughters were still running in track, he wouldn't even allow them to run on a cross-country team. They shut down all the sports. They shut down the gyms. And that's why Pennsylvania voters then, this went to the ballot. And Pennsylvania voters then restricted the power of the governor because of what happened, because they ruled that it was arbitrary. Unfortunately, in New Jersey, they don't have that luxury. And so that's why they're still going after people. To this day in New Jersey. Here in Pennsylvania, most of those individuals, the restaurants and that sort of thing, the beauty salons, everybody who, quote unquote, defied the orders, they really got off the hook, but many of them lost everything.
Remember, they filled the skate parks up with sand so you couldn't skate? They put up the caution yellow tape or the red tape around playgrounds and swing sets.
But they didn't do that as much here in Pennsylvania as New Jersey. They shut down the state parks.
Yeah.
The one compliment I will say to former Mayor Jim Kenney with his Prosecco is that he had the wisdom to remember, because there was no traffic, so they shut down West River Drive to traffic, and they said, get out in the parks. And I remember we went there, we went to Forbidden Drive, and it was packed. So you were on the trails with all of these, it was jam-packed with people. Yeah. That was okay.
Yeah.
But at least in Pennsylvania, they did leave the parks open.
I'll never forget in Tennessee in that spring and summer of 2020, once the golf courses were open again. And this is just a selfish rant, but COVID ruined public golf. Because now, remember they told you, get outside, golf, you're just kind of naturally social distanced, you're separated from your playing mate. Now we've got every Tom, Dick, and Harry under the sun playing golf these days and making my day longer.
That was my biggest, I mean, I had many issues with it, but like the blatant disregard for fresh air and sun.
Yes.
And getting outside.
Common sense.
And natural immunity. And people have had COVID, probably don't need the vaccine. All of that stuff was being dismissed, and you were being called a kook if you went outside your house, and that type of stuff. That science that we were supposed to follow. I mean, that's just basic. That's basic science.
Right.
You get outside, you feel better. It's just the fresh air, the sun, it's good for you.
Right.
Well, also at that time of year and that summer, they were proving, and that was one of the Trump news conferences where they proved that if you were out in the sun would usually kill, like, I don't know, if you sneezed or whatever, would kill the COVID, but also that vitamin D. And they realized that vitamin D is critical. Well, it's critical in fighting a lot of illness, but in particular, COVID.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to this. Dr. Fauci went on with Caitlyn Collins last night to help clean up his image. This is cut 26, Phil, where he said that a lot of important science has contributed to global health has come from the collaborations with China. Talking about the lab leak theory. Cut 26, Phil, go.
Well, and obviously a huge issue with this was a lack of accountability in working with the Chinese government on this. I mean, they were evading attempts to try to figure out what happened here. And given that, you testified today, you said that neither you nor anyone can account for everything that happens inside of China. But I wonder what that means for American research dollars that go there, and whether you think that means none of them should be sent there, that they should try to limit them. How should that happen going forward?
Caitlyn, if you look at the history going back decades of collaborations with Chinese scientists, we're not talking about Chinese officials. We're talking about Chinese scientists who've collaborated with the European Union, with the United States, with Canada, with Australia. A lot of very good, important science that has contributed to global health has come from collaborations with the Chinese. Now, obviously, because of the tension that's gone on right now, that's changed a bit, and I hope it gets back to normality where there can be mutual benefit of international collaboration among scientists, the way it's been for decades. This is just very recent, this degree of tension that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No interruptions from the Collins there, huh? just taking it all in, right?
Yeah.
You know what really is infuriating about Fauci is Fauci advised people, right? He advised the Trump administration in the early stages of COVID, and then he advised the Biden administration in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And when you advise somebody and get virtually everything wrong, why is he off limits from criticism?
He's not.
Well, because some of the left, you got these that Democrat we played from Baltimore. Oh, thank you, Tony Fauci. We got to restore your reputation. If Greg Stocker is advising you to take a pick in his FanDuel read, and he goes 0 for 10, is Greg Stocker open to criticism for giving you the wrong pick?
Hell yeah, he is.
Okay. If a financial advisor invests and tells you to go into this stock and this mutual fund and this bond, and you lose all your money, is that financial advisor open to criticism?
If a radio host goes 0 for 4 on predictions, should you listen to said radio host anymore?
Well, if it's entertaining and has great ratings, yes, you do. But all of these people
I'm not talking about you.
that are in the business of advising and consulting, and then when they get it all wrong, they're all open to criticism. Yet this guy has to be placed on a pedestal where he's beyond reproach? Absolutely not.
But the allegation here, this is not an allegation of, oops, they got it wrong. The allegation here is that Fauci knew ahead of time that they were wrongfully and in a weasel way funding this stuff through China, through different individuals, created this thing. And the allegation here is that they were covering it up. And in the cover-up, then, they failed to disclose all that they knew about this because they were so busy covering up their fannies and covering up what was really going on. That's the allegation. And then that becomes a question of, well, why didn't they owed it to at least as advisor of the President of the United States that you advise then Trump that you tell the truth or at least advise on what you know. The allegation is they did not do that.
Remarkable, too, by the way, considering, COVID and coronavirus issues and SARS-CoV-2, this is not new. It's not like this stuff just popped up in 2020. This stuff has been around for a long time. And this guy's got 5 decades, and he whiffed on everything.
One more from the Collins and the Fauci, talking about the lab leak theory. He said it's a possibility, but he's still sticking with the animal transmission. Somebody just, ate a... What was it, a bat or a
pangolin?
Pangolin or something?
At a wet market.
Oops, sorry. Cut 20. For a guy that follows the science, sure doesn't follow the science too much, does he? Cut 27, Phil, go.
They were responding to it. And obviously that hearing room was not the haven for what it was supposed to be about, the genuine dialogue about, how the government handled COVID-19, how to be better prepared for the next inevitable pandemic. And so I do want to ask you about that tonight. And I do wonder, do you still believe that the evidence that you've seen does point to COVID originating from animals as opposed to by humans in a lab?
Caitlyn, as I said at the hearing and at the transcribed interview, you have to keep an open mind since there is no definitive proof one way or the other. It's one or the other. When I look at the scientific evidence, I don't see any evidence that's concrete at all that it's a lab leak, even though a lot of people talk about it. I still think it's a possibility, but I haven't seen any evidence where there is reasonably good evidence, not definitive, that is suggestive, strongly suggestive, that it came from a natural reservoir of an animal jumping into humans. Having said that, I repeat, I still keep an open mind because the definitive proof is not there. But in my mind, it weighs more heavily of one than the other.
So if the Collins was a real journalist, the follow-up is multiple federal agencies have conducted an investigation and concluded that it's more likely than not that this was a lab leak and a man-made creation as opposed to just a natural transmission. What scientific evidence, Mr. Fauci, would you say debunks their claims? That's the question I would ask. And I just thought of that question on the fly right now. I didn't have a producer in my ear. Embarrassment.
Well, he knows full well the FBI got a tip and they were investigating. And it's interesting his wording to say, well, it's very difficult to prove. He knows full well that the alleged manipulation that was happening in the lab, part of that is that it's very difficult to tell that it was man-made. So they always say that about a diamond, the lab-made diamond, and some of them are they're so good that once you have it, it's really difficult to tell unless they mark it. This is much like he's saying this. Well, we don't have definitive evidence because he knows full well the background of this alleged created virus.
Yep.
Shame on him.
Well said. Is that it for the
Sickening.
Fauchster?
Yeah, I mean, we covered it for a full hour.
Plus the big take.
Yeah,
plus 6:30.
Yeah, I was just gonna
I'm
say.
all Fauci'd out.
Yeah.
Let's get back to DeSantis versus Trump.
No.
Will that make you happy, Fred? All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, from pandemic to epidemic, the retail theft shoplifting epidemic continues to plague big box stores, including Walmart. Where do you see what Walmart has had to resort to? And we've got the proof courtesy of one TikToker. We'll get to that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. A big 9 o'clock hour is coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk now for so long about regenerative medicine, my friends at QC Kinetics. So if you've been hurting, you've been suffering, you're aching knees, your back, your shoulders, do something about it. And I'm not talking about something invasive, because I know you've said, I don't want surgery. I can't afford, I'm in business, or I have a vacation plan. I can't afford the downtime that surgery would require, and I don't want to go on some kind of medication, and I'm worried about the harmful effects of that. This is not invasive. That's what I love about QC Kinetics. It's a non-surgical answer, and you don't have to suffer any longer. Joint pain relief is here thanks to QC Kinetics. Just call them today. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And yes, I am talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics has advanced treatments which harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue so you can do everything you want to do. You can move pain-free once again. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, and they have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients. I know some of you're stopping me in the store saying, Dawn, it's a game changer. Yes, it is. Reclaim your mobility. Do this. QC Kinetics, call them for that free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There are any number of reasons you might consider selling your home. To move closer to family, live within a smaller budget, or just wanting a change of scenery. Whatever your reasons, having to figure out all the various housing market trends in your area may not be what you signed up for. That's where an agent who is a realtor comes in. Realtors have the expertise to help you find the right price and navigate the process to sell your home in a way that's right for you. That's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah. Fourth and final hour underway on a Tuesday morning, 9:01. It's Kayal Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn, Fired Up Stensland, Greg Stocker. Good to have everybody in. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Eric the Red says, wow, Dawn is going scorched earth on Fauci this morning.
Yeah, baby.
Forget our lawmakers grilling him. I want Dawn on that damn committee.
That's right.
That'd be great.
Because they can't get distracted over all the other stuff. Just you got to go right to it.
Yep. Cut right through it.
Look, guys, it's fun to sit here and...
No, I'm not having fun. No. This is not fun.
Well, then why are you doing this if
because
you're
I'm
not having fun?
Because I'm genuine. No, about Fauci?
No.
Not,
I mean, what we're doing on the radio.
Oh.
I want my Nicotograms. All I'm saying is that we can... what happened yesterday is going to amount to absolutely nothing. I'm telling you.
I hope that's not true.
It is 100% true. Nobody's going to be held accountable. Nobody's going to, and certainly nobody's going to jail.
That's not what they claim. That's not what they claim.
Who's claiming that? Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, good for her.
No, look. I'm not discounting what she's said or what she's doing. I'm just saying that nothing is going to come of this.
Well, next time Trump comes on, we need to ask him about this because I think one more reason to vote Trump November 5th because he will. He will say we got to get to the bottom of this.
Great.
And I think it's treason in the United States of America if you are the advisor to the president about an alleged pandemic and you don't give all the full info. I think that's treasonous.
Go home to your mom.
Exactly.
It's a sin.
It is.
Boom.
Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 17 minutes.
All I'm saying is you're high if you think anything is going to be done to these people.
Not high.
She's like that dog that ingested THC.
Well, there's a
Gave
throwback
you
to
earlier.
6:10 this morning.
What did we learn today? Dogs can get high. All right, we've got to get to this Walmart shoplifting story. We also have whatever's left of the cut sheet if we didn't eviscerate a majority of the clips earlier this morning, and all the other little tidbits and fixtures before we get out of here, including what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. But before all of that, let's get to some of the news at 9:03. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Yeah, Big 3 at 9. Philadelphia police are announcing this big bust, a lot of arrests of a large retail theft crew. We've talked a lot about this. These thieves who have sparked a surge in retail theft plaguing shops across our region, not just in the city of Philadelphia, but across the suburbs. And now Philadelphia police say that they have made some significant inroads and busted this up. It's a theft ring, if you will. So I know that they're holding a news conference this morning, mid-morning, and so we'll bring you the latest on that, obviously upcoming. But just wanted to headline that for you as Philadelphia police say they're breaking this thing up. This morning as well, they had actual white tents, like a wedding tent up for the arrival of the Hunter Biden entourage.
White tent.
I know. It's like the white, like it's even like the track meet or whatever, when you put up the white tents, the blue tent, those, they get the tents up for their arrival. Because, it's hot. It's sunny.
Yeah, you got the big motorcade coming through. Yep, here comes the POTUS's baby boy. Mm-hmm.
So they have they're in there now. The jury has been chosen.
Yep.
And we've talked a lot about this morning with Hunter Biden, but it's a local story, Wilmington, Delaware courtroom. And I don't know if Dr. Jill Biden, First Lady Jill, yesterday was her 73rd birthday, if she's back in the courtroom as she was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But this is now, they've chosen the jury, which is seated, and this is getting underway in a federal felony gun charge. And these are mandated federal felony mandated sentences because he could face up to 25 years behind bars if found guilty.
Wait, Dawn, are you talking about the entitled C word, according to Hunter Biden's
the vindictive
text messages?
Moron?
The vindictive moron and the entitled C word?
Yeah. By the way, with it being in Wilmington, Delaware, we should have Opelka camped out right on the street curb. Yeah, he could give up a few tee times. He's got enough golf in for the year.
Yeah.
Come on, Mike.
By the way, not my words. So don't come at me with I did not say
2018 text messages.
This was her son,
yes,
Hunter, because as Dawn said, it's the only mother he ever knew. That he was saying these horrendous things to.
Yeah.
So
she could. He said that he could make it through an Ivy League class drunk better than his stepmom could.
Wow! All of a sudden, people have more respect for Hunter Biden.
And you know what? Talk about the Ivy League really taking a hit from everything with the Hamas situation to the protesters to all the DEI plagiarists. Throw in the fact that Hunter Biden's an Ivy Leaguer as well.
Yeah,
he has a law degree.
Yeah, community college feels like a great option right now.
Look, there's no question. I mean, he's a bright guy. Look at all that he did. While he was allegedly a crack addict, think about the high level of, talk about somebody who can perform at a high level despite allegedly being, well, he's written about it, right, in his book, so I can say it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But believe it or not, there are some people that are
high functioning
despite being an addict to certain things, and it's just so commonplace in their system that they perform.
Yeah, You're an alcoholic.
Yeah, exactly.
You come in here every morning.
Right now.
You're the first person here every morning.
I come in here banged up every day.
Oh my gosh.
You would never know at 6 o'clock.
I kid.
If I keep living through this administration, I'm going to be moving on to harder things than booze. God.
And hit up Hunter.
Exactly.
Oh wait, he's the smartest. He's the smartest guy that Joe Biden knows. Remember that.
That's right.
When you read these text messages, Joe Biden, the president of the United States, he's the smartest guy I know.
Yeah.
You will notice that Hunter has Uncle Jim. He ripped into him.
Jim Biden, yeah.
Right? Ripped into Bo's widow, who became his girlfriend, Hallie, who's the one who threw the gun away. Ripped on her. She's an idiot C-word. Jill Biden, the stepmom, she's a C-word idiot, blah, blah, blah. The one that he never says anything to is the big guy.
Right.
Dad. Loves Dad.
Daddy's always had his back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, Dr. Jill was always the bad cop.
Right.
She was the toughie parent. Number 3, speaking of fathers and sons, we have to get to the story. I did send the team the video of this because it's stinking adorable.
This kid stole the show.
Oh, and I could see, like, Greg Stocker, maybe in 2 years, bringing his little guy here, his son, Dylan, and Dylan maybe would he make the faces and overshadow Daddy, who's a biggity big brand manager. This is a U.S. representative, 6-year-old son, who became an instant viral sensation. This is hysterical. Representative John Rose of Tennessee brought his son Guy with him to the Capitol, where this little boy is is behind Daddy, just making hysterical faces.
I believe John Rose is from Nashville. I think I've actually encountered this individual when I
Really?
was down there. Yeah. Yep.
So, oh my gosh.
Do we have the video that we want to play where he's making all the faces?
I'm hoping somebody. I know Dawn
guys
emailed it to
grab
us. So I'm
it?
hoping
Okay.
somebody grabbed
It
it.
is great.
I
If we don't have
I
it
don't
now,
see it in the queue, so
if
it
not,
looks like not.
We'll get to it. We can play it at the cut sheet part 12 coming up in a little bit. But it's great. And you know what? Beyond being adorable, I think how that kid's faces that he is making pretty much speaks for all of us in America that sits through and watches these things go on, where we're just kind of like rolling our eyes and we want to blow our head off. This kid wanted to blow his head off. It was great.
Or maybe it was a commentary because his dad is defending former President Donald Trump against those recent, 34 counts of felony, convictions by the jury, bringing forth the guilty verdicts, etc. And so courtesy C-SPAN carried it. And then,
To be fair, Dawn, you sent it at 9
I did send it at 9.
Let's not rag too hard on the boys in the back.
I didn't rag.
But I think the kid's got red hair, if I recall
He
correct.
does, yeah.
Yeah, I love a little young red-headed gingered kid. They're always every time I see a kid like that, it reminds me of Junior from Problem Child. That kid was a menace.
Boy, you are the king of bad movies.
Harry Mays dubbed me that 12 years ago on the air.
Did
on
he
the radio.
really?
Yeah, he's like, you are the king of bad movies.
That is funny.
6-year-old guy. He's a big boy, by the way, for 6.
Oh, here it is. Here it is if you're watching on YouTube. Look at this kid. He's got the golf shirt on.
So cute.
Yep.
And he's smiling.
He's
grinning.
smiling. It's amazing.
Then he's sticking out his tongue.
This is that guy's son.
His son.
Yeah.
His 6-year-old. His name is Guy.
That is so fun. I could so picture my son doing this.
Yeah.
He's like doing all with his.
Yep.
He's trying to cross. I think he's trying to cross his eyes, but he can't quite cross his eyes. So then he's like doing that thing kids do, where he's like looking up, trying to cross his eyes,
sticking his tongue out.
sticking his tongue out.
Now watch this. Look at this.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, good fast work, boys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
By the way, just
11 minutes.
First observation, seeing the kid. Probably you might want to get into a little athletic competition. A little on the thick side. A little chunky. I'm thinking of
Soft, chubby, fat-looking kid.
Oh, he's 6.
Yeah, that's what JFK was warning us about 55 years
he's
ago.
not even husky.
Well, go back.
This kid's gonna be 6'5".
Yeah, look at it. Now he's rolling over. He's had enough. He's got his little squeeze toy.
Now he's making he's trying to make the heart with his hands.
Yeah.
What a cutie pie.
You got a little gut
Keep
there.
watching him while we're sponsored. And this sweet little boy, sponsored by the Philadelphia 100, calling all entrepreneurs to distinguish their company.
Sorry. He's making hand gestures. This kid's the best.
And he's got the toy that I've been talking about on the show with kids these days.
He's every American listening to these blowhard
Yes.
politicians just yap on about nothing.
Okay, so he is from Nashville, Gallatin, Cookeville.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tennessee.
That was my old district.
Oh,
Republican.
Yes. Sorry, Dawn. Philadelphia 100. Yeah.
Philadelphia 100,
Love
calling. Keep looking at the little boy. His name's Guy.
Yep.
Calling all entrepreneurs to distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. Take the first step in joining this elite group of businesses. Apply today, Philly100.org. Thank you, Philly100.org, for sponsoring our Big Three.
By the way, speaking of Philly 100, Zioli, I believe, today is interviewing somebody from that organization. So I think that'll be sometime in the 6 o'clock hour. So
Cool.
Just a little plug for my buddy Zioli.
You know what also used to really bother me now that I see this kid here with his dad? Yeah. Was there anything worse than take your child to work day when you were a kid?
We just had it here.
Did we really?
Yeah, like there was this we all got together and it was like, somebody said to me, "Are you bringing your son here?" I'm like, "No." Like, no. I this is where I work. This is my place of business.
I tell my kid I'm a security guard.
Yeah, he's gonna be running around. He's gonna be a menace. No.
When I first started here, my kids were younger than,
and they were a menace when they were running around the halls.
Running in the hall. Jared, remember Eagle Scout Jared Hart? He was like, he was not happy.
Yeah.
Oh, the old brand
I'm like,
manager
they're
wasn't
boys.
feeling that.
Leave your kids at home.
Yeah. Honestly, you know what it is?
stop disgusting up our country.
Exactly. That's number one.
I'm not proud. Like I'm not one of these. Oh, my son is so good, and my son is so well behaved. Yes, he is, but like he's also 4.
I also
so he's
think
going to run around and be a 4-year-old.
Cold hard fact of life. This is the truth. I really believe this. Most people don't care about your child.
It's true.
Right?
You're 100% right.
Right? So it's like you
100%
gotta
right.
now you're bringing in your kid and I gotta shake his hand. Hey buddy, how was T-ball last week?
Yep.
I don't care.
I think there is a certain age that you can bring your son or daughter in.
Junior high, middle school?
Yeah. It's got to be Coop down the hall here, who does mornings on WOGL.
Yeah.
He brought his daughter in. She was
Daughter
She
is
was
the operative word.
She was of
not
age.
the son.
She was of age. She was very well behaved. Looked like a great kid. I'm sure he used her in some on-air bits. Completely exceptional.
Okay.
Because she's a girl.
But
girls are just advanced at a younger age.
I'm gonna bring my girls in for the cut sheet next
and they'll
year.
be perfect.
But the people who bring in the 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, whatever,
Boys.
like, stop. Just stop.
Because boys are just different and they're wired differently and they're going to run in the hallway.
Why did this guy?
My kids did not break anything. They just ran in the hallway. They're boys.
They were having races with chairs, if I remember correctly. By the way,
Didn't break a chair.
Completely fine by me. I don't care. I'm just saying that
It loves Greg.
Not the best place to bring your kids. Why was this representative's son?
Babysitting issues.
Yeah. Childcare.
I'm guessing.
Childcare, and they had this day off work, day off school or something.
Can you imagine? Like he comes in and says, "Childcare is so expensive that even I can't afford it."
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What if
It's
What if he used his child as a prop to talk about masking children?
That would have been great.
Yeah. You talk about a mic drop moment. Fauci would have had the shakes.
I still can't believe you insulted a 6-year-old, Nick Kayal.
Well, I
That's
mean,
just
look.
wrong
No,
with
he's
you.
not even
chubby,
husky.
fat-looking children.
I'm just looking out for the youths of today. I want them physically and mentally where they need to be.
Yeah.
I care about this generation.
We have to break.
They're the future of America. All right, coming up next, the morning mystery movie clip, and then we will give you this glorious shoplifting video at Walmart because now they are locking up items that are under $2 a pop. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
It's no secret that American consumers nationwide are accumulating credit card debt at record levels due to high interest rates and rising inflation. But here's the good news. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, you may qualify to have your debt significantly reduced. National Debt Relief's award-winning team negotiates with your creditors to reduce a large portion of what you owe, putting you on the fast track to being debt-free. National Debt Relief has helped over 550,000 people reduce their debt, is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and is the top-rated debt relief company. Act now to learn how this debt relief is helping so many people during these hard economic times. You have nothing to lose but your debt. For a free consultation and to learn what debt relief you may qualify for, call the National Debt Relief Hotline now at 800-709-3542. 800-709-3542. Again, that's 800-709-3542.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
There's a drop for everything, folks.
Oh, my God.
There is a drop for everything. It's Caitlyn Company rolling on live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet part 2 on the way. And also, what a Walmart customer revealed on her personal TikTok that went viral. We'll talk about some of the retail theft Dawn mentioned in the news earlier today. But first, at 9:21, let's get to the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal & Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fire's got the temperature up all over the camp. Won't last long, though.
This is an oldie.
Neither will we. How will we make it?
Maybe we should.
If you're worried about me.
If we've got any surprises for each other, I don't think we're in much shape to do anything about it.
Well, what do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
Think you know what it is? Call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a digital movie code to see in the land of saints and sinners. Liam Neeson plays a retired hitman, Finbar Murphy, who finds peace in a quiet Irish town until terrorists force him back into action. From Goldwyn Films and Sony Pictures Home Entertainment, available to buy or rent on digital now, and it is rated R. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
Can that clip we played of that senator, John Rose?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
Yes, correct, from Nashville.
So Soggy Donuts, and I should probably fact check this before I read it, but it's a comment, so I read comments. He said Senator John Rose was 45 when he married his 18-year-old wife. They've got 3 kids, and they were married in 2011.
It's 27 years difference. It's barely legal.
45
is that out,
and 18.
Is that creepy or out kicking your coverage?
That is creepy.
Is she his cousin?
What are you saying about Tennessee, Dawn?
Again, I haven't verified this. I'm just reading a comment.
As a former red state resident for 4.5 years, I'm offended by that comment. Not everybody in Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee sleep with their cousin.
Well, look at Hunter Biden slept with, slept with his the widow of his deceased brother.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good question. That's a poll question. 45 and 18. Creepy or power move?
All right, so his wife, Chelsea, married in January of 2021. At the time, he was 45 and she was 21 when they married.
Okay. But see, this is where it works both ways. So the guy's going to get ridiculed for being creepy and dating somebody just barely legal and then marrying them. But what about the other way around? What does she see in him? Does she just like the power and the money? It works both ways here. Or flip the genders. What if it was a 45-year-old female politician and an 18-year-old boy? Well, man, I guess technically.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if they were, when did they meet? They met when she was 16.
Oh, God.
And he awarded her a 4-H scholarship.
Oh, that is gross.
Well, yeah, if you met her at 16, that's illegal. I mean, jeez. Yeah.
They do things differently in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes, they do. Yes, they do. And that's Nashville. That's
Ew.
the civilized section of Tennessee.
Come on.
You go 30
At least
miles
you married her.
outside.
I don't know what to say.
Trust me.
Yeah, that is. I'm just reading a story here on the prospect.org. By the way, that guy was. I mean, who she get? It's not his lovely good looks that.
Is the child the creation of the two?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, let's go to Dave. He's in Delaware. He's got the morning mystery movie clip identified. Dave, good morning. Save our segment.
Creepy or not, Dave?
Your thoughts?
Yeah, the answer is one of my favorite all-time sci-fi horror flicks, John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yes,
There we go.
1982.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You've won the digital movie download. Thanks for playing, Dave, and we appreciate you listening, buddy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You got it. There you
Oh, my God. I just found their engagement photo. Wait, I'm going to send this to you guys.
Send it. Text it or send it to Phil, please, because I
Yeah.
want to put
Phil.
that up on the YouTube chat.
All right, Phil, we're going to get to K1 here in just a second as I set this story up. So Phil's got a lot of work to do back
Sorry.
there. But he's got all kinds of help back there with him, I think. So, and by the way, there's no chance today that movie, The Thing, 1982, there's no way that was the Dorenzo selection. I will take that. There's no way that was Dorenzo that grabbed that one. I'm thinking that's Henry.
Yeah,
It might be Henry.
That feels like Henry,
Okay.
not Dorenzo. Just an assumption.
He's
on my part.
he's a trainer in training.
Yes. He's a trainer in training to do The Thing, and then he picked The Thing because that thing came out in 1982 today. All right. So Walmart, and we've talked about this a lot, Dawn. You were talking about some of the retail theft in the last big three. A Walmart customer, and Phil, this is K1, has revealed that items even as cheap as $1.50 a pop in big box retailer Walmart is now being locked up in the latest shoplifting crackdown. So we're about to play you this clip, and it's a frustrated Walmart customer who has revealed the latest item to be locked up on the shop floor during the shoplifting crackdown, and it costs all of $1.50. Victoria Demore, 22 from Las Vegas, made a TikTok detailing her shocking experience at the big box retailer last month, and her video, which she posted on her TikTok, has already been seen by almost 90,000 people at the time that this was published 2 days ago, who have flocked to the comments to share their outrage. And the items that we are talking about here go from $1.57 to $4.12 to $1.68. And the item, I believe, is a nail file. A nail file. We are now locking up nail files. Let's let Victoria show the outrage of what's going on. This is clip K1, boys.
Is the future of Walmart. I can't even walk into Walmart and pick up a nail file worth $1.50 because it's locked up. And of course, because it's all locked up, there's an employee waiting there to assist everybody that needs it to be unlocked. And he's being rude to the customers that need assistance because it's locked up. Like it's an inconvenience to him. Walmart, you can lock your up, but it's not the customer's fault that you don't stop people from stealing from you. And the whole time I was in the cosmetics area, the employee was following me around. And every time I would stop to look at something, he would sigh, "Do you need me to get that for you?" Like, sir, I don't want it anymore. Like, I don't want to inconvenience you. Sorry, I need to shop.
Yeah, I'll just go elsewhere. I mean, this is what happens when you don't enforce the law. Forget about Walmart employees stopping these individuals because they don't want lawsuits. This is what happens when you allow these left-wing progressive policies to dictate society. We're at the point now, nail files, toenail clippers. What's next? Q-tips, cotton swabs, nail polish remover. You know, one of the things that about going to some of these places is the convenience. You can get in, you can get out, bing, bang, boom. I've even seen it. And I remember for years, there was always certain items behind the counter, right? Like the high-end electric razors, like those Philips Norelco ones that are like $140, or maybe like, those water picks that the dentists recommend that are very expensive, but they're good. Like there's certain items, the patches for quitting tobacco and stuff like that, cigarettes behind the counter at a pharmacy and things like that. But now we're living in a world where the cheapest items have to be locked up because we can't live in a civilized society.
Amen.
It's just outrageous.
Yep.
And now you wonder why people go to Amazon and have things delivered to their porch.
Yep.
It's because it's all about the customer experience and the service and getting it when you want and not having to jump through hoops. And I've encountered people like that lady right there who have been, you ask them to do their job, and they look at you like, I'm standing here doing nothing. How dare you come up to me? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were an employee, sir.
It's amazing.
It really is.
By the way, we have the engagement photo.
Okay, let's see this.
Phil, if you want to pull it up there, look at that. Look at it. YouTube.com/@1210.
That's a big rock.
That is.
What does she see in him?
Oh, he's so handsome.
Is he?
His hairline starts at his
God.
brain.
This is extra creepy. It really. I'm sorry,
Chelsea Brooke Doss and John Williams Rose are engaged to be married on January 8th, 2011 at First Baptist Church in Cookeville.
I mean, obviously.
Yes. Obviously, they have a lot of.
Been together since 2011.
Yep.
They have 3 little kids.
Yep.
You know what? It reminds me. I can't help but think. It reminds me of that
Buffalo Bill?
No, that Prince Andrew picture.
Oh,
with
yes.
the underage girl.
Dawn,
Look at.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes. The one that allegedly happened on Epstein Island?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, I mean, because she looks, like she's
By the way, we're not saying that that's what this is.
No.
We're
I
just
mean,
saying it resembles the photo.
Mm-hmm.
But she graduated from high school in 2007. She was on the first, these are like high school thing.
7.
She was a junior. She was a junior when she got a scholarship, and I guess she won a 4-H prize at age 16.
How do you think the dad felt when she brought him home to meet her? Dad, I want you to meet Congressman so-and-so.
Well, he's a senator in Tennessee or whatever
right,
he is,
so
it's like...
I mean, she looks like a regular teenage girl, but the problem is he looks older. He's 40-something in that photo. Yeah. He looks much older, you know what I mean, than...
Yeah.
So that doesn't...
By the way, Soggy Donuts on the YouTube chat, you completely derailed the show, so...
I know, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for this, but I saw that and I could not pass it up. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I got to tell you, God, these are the things that wake me up in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. in a cold sweat, thinking about what my daughters could actually end up doing when they become 15 and 16.
Nick, I'm telling you, there is nothing worse than a girl with daddy issues.
Yeah.
So make sure you're present, even though you haven't been present in 2 years.
Present and accounted for, sir. Have we arranged that whole shooting range session with the guy who wants to get me a gun? Something tells me I'm going to need it in about 6 years.
King Shooter Supply and King of Prussia.
Yes, because I can't wait for that moment when my daughters go out on their first date and the boyfriend comes to pick them up. We should be live and local streaming that for this show.
Yeah.
Saturday night movies.
Man.
You get my daughter home by 10 p.m., pal.
Now, if Phil Almquist saw the link that I sent, if you scroll down, you'll see the picture of young Chelsea at the age that she met the senator.
Oh my God, Dawn, what are you doing?
I know. See, this is what I do. Like, you guys bring this. Stop bringing it.
It's the listeners.
No, I know, on the YouTube chat. Then I start looking this up. Then I get all distracted.
This is why Dawn claims that she sees certain type of people around the corner everywhere she looks.
See?
Stories like this.
No, I mean, in this case, he seems like a very nice man. He married her. They have 3 children. They're happily married.
As a 44-year-old, there's no 18-year-old that I could say I have anything in common with.
No.
Honest to God.
No, it would be
I'm not
one
being creepy.
yeah, and I'm not going to be a pig, but it'd be one thing if he was single and he got divorced and she was 18 and it was like a one-night thing. Cool, I got it. You know, a lot of guys out there are down with that. But, like, you have nothing in common with it. How can you even have a conversation with this person, right? Like, what you just said, what are your commonalities?
Yeah.
I mean, or if you're a golfer, do you take her to the golf course with you? I mean, what is she talking about? You're talking about
Nick.
You're talking about
What are you
politics,
talking
and
about?
she's swiping, and she's sitting there on TikTok.
Nick, trust me, they're not golfing together, nor are they talking politics.
They had 3 kids.
Quickly.
Why is there a video of Angel Reese playing? That's not the video we're referring to.
Although Angel Reese is mad that John Rose is getting attention too.
Oh boy!
Wow, what a day!
It's amazing.
All
wait,
right.
wait. If you just wait 1 second, I see he has that picture up in the queue.
He does.
Yeah.
Look, is this the one? It's on our YouTube chat now. Is this the one that we're talking
So
about?
this is a picture of her with the governor at the time, but this is the picture of her at which point she would have met her future husband.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Phil Bredesen. Yep.
Man, you know, I saw this story. It was a cute little story about his son making faces. And we took this down this dark hole.
And I'm the sinner for playing this drop.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking.
And I'm the bad guy. Okay.
But part of this is we also want to make Nick aware.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It's all
Because
about
before
educating
you
the
know
audience.
it, your little girls, they'll be getting a 4-H. Or maybe a dance, they'll win the dancing championship. They'll meet a senator.
This reminds me of the episode of Married with Children.
Oh,
when,
here we go.
When Kelly dates the city councilman.
Yeah.
Who was Alan Thicke, wasn't it?
It was Alan Thicke.
Magic Man writes, I guarantee that 90% of the words spoken are daddy and baby girl. Oh, God.
Actually, I think we do have footage of. I know we have audio of that. Here's the tape.
Daddy owes you.
I think Sean Farish needs to come back because the level of decorum just goes downhill when I'm here.
He'll blow a gasket on Friday when we have him.
It's just disgraceful.
It'll be great.
I need to fire myself.
There's no doubt
for this
about
conversation. And the fact that we need to take a
It is creepy, you guys.
It's creepy.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, what's on the cut sheet, part 16. As we continue, maybe there's more of Fauci. Back after this.
We got to talk about getting the magic back in your kitchen because, I love my kitchen. Kitchen magic. And maybe you need a little magic with regard to that bathroom that's, still in the 1980s or 1990s or early 2000s. You got to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They're going to offer no shortage of solutions for pretty much any room in your home. With a new vanity, picture a tub shower conversion. You're going to love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty. You get a 10 and Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, so they're a local employer right here in Pennsylvania. And right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus, I'm not done, you get 10% off your entire remodel. So get your free in-home consultation right now at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. You're going to love the magic with kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free. Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company as we roll on to Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. The Dawn Show starts in 19 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up in just a couple of minutes. Also what occurred on a Tuesday edition of Phil Almquist's Today in Music History. That's on the way. And who won Twitter today. A lot of great comments coming in. Not sure that we can replicate today's show tomorrow. I think we just bottle it and do a best of the rest of the week.
Nor do we want to.
Take the rest of the week off, and we'll be back next Monday.
No.
A little 5-day hiatus. But that's what happens sometimes when you go 10 for 10. It's hard to come back the next day and go 10 for 10 again. But we'll try our damnedest. All right. Let's get to...
now, Kimmy wants to know if it's their first marriage. I'm still distraught. Now I got to look. I think it is.
I mean, if you're 18, I hope it's your first marriage.
But is it his? Now I'm looking.
No. There's no chance it's his. No way.
He should call Big Lou.
Yeah, he's on number 2. I'm going to be on number 2 in about 18 minutes. But that's a personal problem.
Oh, no.
Tony Bruno tomorrow at 8:30. Speaking of problems, we'll see if he gets banned later today. I don't know what I did, Robin. All I did was retweet something. Just think of Elon Musk. 9:43. Let's get to the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
I
Part Do. What's on the Cut Sheet Part Do, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Phil, I'm going to do Cut 15 here. Calling all ice cream lovers, indulge in Lancaster County's mouth-watering ice cream trail. Sample delectable flavors at charming local creameries. Discover sweet delights around every corner. Find the trail at discoverlancaster.com. Discoverlancaster.com. Maybe you can meet your future wife.
Is that a double scoop or a single?
Discoverlancaster.com. Thank you. I'm sure you don't want to be associated with our juvenile humor.
No.
Yes, it was his first wife.
Oh, wow. Well, sometimes we call these late bloomers in life. Find love in the 40s.
That must be what it is.
Yeah, it has to be.
All right. Cut 1 here, or Cut 15 here, Phil. Earlier, Dawn was talking about the protests going on at the University of the Arts here in Philadelphia because it's closing.
Mm-hmm.
I said it's not really a bad thing if a lot of these art schools close. And everybody was like, how dare you? I knew somebody so-and-so went there.
Yep.
So this is the New York University Gallatin School.
Okay.
It's one of those art classes. This is the class of 2023. Would you like to hear some of their majors?
Okay.
I kid you not.
Okay.
This is the future of America, and this is what these art schools are fueling out to everybody.
Okay.
Cut 15, go.
Hi, I'm Melanie. I'm studying the unseen body and creative spaces of Eurasian exposure of the queer.
Yeah! Hey, I'm Nina, and I studied the arts, education, and social justice. Yeah!
I'm Joyce. I studied decolonial intimacies, indigenous politics, and resistance.
Yeah!
Victoria and I studied remembering or forgetting, navigating international conflict through collective memory.
Yeah!
Oh, my gosh.
And I studied monstrosity, the subaltern praxis. Or should I say I created it? Yeah!
Hi, I'm Nunyala. I'm studying living artfully, art as ritual therapy, and pathways of decoloniality.
Yeah!
I'm Naomi, and I'm studying Black political economy.
Yeah!
I'm Natalie, and I'm studying fashion history and gender studies.
Yeah!
And I studied phenomenological approaches to Black womanhood, specifically
He's talking about bondage.
My name is Marie, and my concentration is the radical disruption for survival, development in sub-Saharan Africa, and social anthropology.
Hi, I'm Kira, and I study textiles and environmental justice.
Yeah! Yeah!
Notice the actual speeches you can barely hear, but the yeah comes in crystal clear.
And I study unwoman, fugitive family, relationships, and identity. The transformative Black woman.
There you go. So you get it.
Yeah, so this is the future cabinet of the Biden administration's second term. That's great. More great policy. So basically, you can go to these art schools and create majors that don't exist. Is that what you? Is it like, you know, pick and choose your major of the day?
These are the degrees or the studies, whatever that these art schools are. It's the future unemployment line. Is basically what it is.
So I had Molly, my niece. She's a very successful independent businesswoman. She's texting me. She made great connections, and she has her own brand at QVC. She's very successful. Very glad that she went to the University of the Arts.
I'll make sure to reach out when I need a loan.
There.
My God, what a day.
Sorry.
All right, that'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 13. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and today in music history.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Winding things down here on a Tuesday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Tony Bruno will join us tomorrow at 8:30. Also, it is the first Wednesday of the month. You know what that means. WindowNation.com presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight. We look forward to that in the 9 o'clock hour. But right now, just 9 minutes out from the Dawn Show, and we find out what she has on tap on for the top of the hour.
Yeah, Chelsea's now 34 years old.
Oh.
By the way, Mom. Now I'm obsessed with this. I can't soggy donuts.
You got to start with Chelsea Dawn right off the top.
Stop.
Give us the latest development and what's breaking with Chelsea.
Stop. But no, seriously, we have so much. And we'll touch on the Fauci. There's even more now on Fauci and the promises by Republicans to look into this and investigate this. As far as Fauci, we've got Hunter Biden, that whole saga. We have Joe Biden issuing this executive order finally. We'll get into this executive order reaction. His fellow Democrats are not happy with Joe Biden, that he's finally saying he's trying to shut down the border, obviously maybe shut down the bleeding at the polls, perhaps. Mm-hmm. So we have all that going on. We have a couple of guests coming up. In the 11 o'clock hour, we'll talk to retired Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association, about what's going on with policing, but also there is a suburban police officer whose entire family, because of a fire this past weekend, a heartwarming story as far as the community coming together and helping the family whose home, everything was devastated. But as well, we had some officers recently who were injured trying to make some arrests. So we'll talk about law enforcement and focus on that one. So, man, we're jam-packed today. I don't know if Biden is supposed to speak, but there are Democrats avoiding going to this White House event because of this issue, right? Because we're all sanctuary cities. Now they're all conflicted. What do they do?
Smells like a big take tomorrow. All right.
Yes,
Looking
sir.
forward to it. Dawn Show in just about 6.5 minutes, as now we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Tuesday, June 4th, we celebrate the birthdays of Michelle Gilliam from the Mamas and the Papas, Roger Ball from Average White Band, and Chris Cavanaugh from Big Audio Dynamite. We also lost Alec John Such from Bon Jovi in 2022, and Steve Priest from Sweet in 2020. Singles include Ohio by CSN&Y in 70, and Surface Safari by the Beach Boys in 62. Albums include Load by Metallica in 96, obviously not their best, Systematic Chaos by Dream Theater in 2007, Another Perfect Day by Motorhead in 83, and Super Collider by Megadeth in 2013. Also, in 2005, Mesmerized by System of a Down was number 1 in the U.S. In 75, the Stones became the first rock band to receive royalties for sales of records in Russia. But lastly, in honor of Greg being back, on this day in 92, Priscilla Presley announced at Graceland, young Elvis would be on the new U.S. Post Office.
Yeah, how old was she?
Company.
How old was she? How old was she when she married Elvis? Since we're talking about ages, how old was she when they met? Since we're talking about ages, just saying.
All right, let's wrap it up.
At least they got married.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
By the way, Chelsea was actually a 20-year-old junior in college when she met him.
God.
Now I'm obsessed.
Yes, you
See
are.
what you do to me?
Yeah. You've been on one today, Dawn.
I
like
know.
it. I like Crazy Dawn. Let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Irk. Hi, I'm Irk, and I'm studying how to use my white privilege to get super rich. Yay! Irk wins Twitter.
Nice work, Eric. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6.
Maybe.
And maybe, yeah, very well. And as Greg Stocker would say from time to time,
know your load.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
If you want